whose value had been maintained with difficulty only by coercive measures and which would inevitably collapse as soon as the coercion ended. When the finance minister, Count Schwerin-Krosigk, discussed my offer with Goebbels, he encountered eloquent opposition. The propaganda minister would have been particularly affected had he felt under pressure to imitate my example. Another idea of mine had even smaller prospects of adoption. Recalling it today makes me aware of the romantic and fantastic state of mind I was in during that period. At the end of January, I discussed the hopelessness of the situation very cautiously, feeling my way with Werner Naumann, State Secretary in the Propaganda Ministry. The conversation arose by chance. We happened to find ourselves together in the ministry ere Reich. Assuming that at least Goebbels was capable of lucidity and logic, I sketched the outlines of a grand final stroke. What I had in mind was a joint undertaking by the government, the party, and the commanding generals. Hitler would issue a proclamation that the entire leadership of the Reich was prepared to surrender voluntarily to the enemy if in return the German people would be granted bearable conditions for their continued existence. Reminiscences of history, memories of Napoleon who had surrendered to the British after the collapse at Waterloo, were mingled in this rather operatic notion with Wagnerianisms about self-sacrifice and redemption. It was good that nothing ever came of it. Among my associates recruited from industry, Dr. Elschen, head of the German electric industry, member of the board of directors and chief of research and development in the Siemens concern, was particularly close to me personally. He was a man of 70 on whose experience I gladly leaned. He foresaw difficult times for the German people, but had no doubts about eventual recovery. Early in February, Elschen visited me in my small apartment in the rear building of my ministry on Pariser Platz. He took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to me, saying, "Are you aware of the passage from Hitler's Mein Kampf that is most often quoted by the public nowadays? I read, the task of diplomacy is to ensure that a nation does not heroically go to its destruction but is practically preserved. Every way that leads to this end is expedient, and a failure to follow it must be called criminal neglect of duty." He had found a second fitting quotation, Elschen continued, and he handed me another slip. State authority as an end in itself cannot exist, since in that case every tyranny on this earth would be sacred and unassailable. If a racial entity is being led toward its doom by means of governmental power, then the rebellion of every single member of such a Volk is not only a right, but a duty. Fate. Elschen took his departure without a word, leaving these quotations behind. Uneasily, I paced back and forth in my room. Here was Hitler himself saying what I had been trying to get across during these past months. Only the conclusion remained to be drawn. Hitler himself, measured by the standards of his own political program, was deliberately committing high treason against his own people, which had made vast sacrifices for his cause and to which he owed everything. Certainly more than I owed to Hitler. That night I came to the decision to eliminate Hitler. My preparations, to be sure, went no further than the initial stages and therefore have a touch of the ridiculous about them. But at the same time they are evidence of the nature of the regime and of the deformations in the character of its actors. To this day I shudder at the thought of what that regime had led me to, I who had once wanted nothing more than to be Hitler's master builder. Even at this late date I still occasionally sat opposite him at table, occasionally even leafed through old building plans with him, all the while I was thinking how to obtain poison gas to destroy the man who, in spite of our many disagreements, still felt some liking for me and treated me with more forbearance than he did anyone else. For years I had lived in his entourage, where human life meant nothing, but all that seemed to be none of my affair. Now I realized that this atmosphere had not left me untouched. I was not just entangled in a thicket of deceptions, intrigues, baseness, and killing. I myself had become part of this perverted world. For 12 years, when you came right down to it, I had lived thoughtlessly among murderers. Now, at the moment of the regime's doom, I was on the point of receiving from Hitler himself, of all people, the moral impulse to attempt murder against him. At the Nuremberg trial, Göring ridiculed me and called me a second Brutus. Several of the defendants reproached me with, "You broke the oath you swore to the Führer." But this appeal to the oath was empty. It was simply a way to escape the obligation to think independently. If nothing else, Hitler himself robbed the sham argument of its rationale, as he did for me in February 1945. On my walks in the Chancellery Gardens, I had noticed the ventilation shaft for Hitler's bunker. Camouflaged by a small shrub, level with the ground and covered with a thin grating, was the opening of the air intake. The air that was drawn in passed through a filter. But no filter worked against our poison gas tabun. Chance had brought me into closer personal relations with the head of our munitions production, Dieter Stahl. The Gestapo had questioned him about a defeatist remark on the impending end of the war. The penalties were all too serious. He had asked my help. Since I knew Gauleiter St. Artisi of Brandenburg quite well, I was able to quash the affair. About the middle of February, a few days after Alschen's visit, I was sitting with Stahl in a small room in our Berlin air raid shelter. Outside, a heavy air raid was in progress. The situation promoted candid conversation. In that dreary room with its concrete walls, steel door, and plain chairs, we talked about conditions in the Chancellery and the catastrophic policy being pursued there. At one point in our talk, Stahl gripped my arm and exclaimed, "It is going to be frightful, frightful." I began discreetly asking about the new poison gas and whether he could obtain it. Although the question was extremely unusual, Stahl answered readily enough. There was a pause in the conversation. I found myself saying, "It is the only way to bring the war to an end. I want to try to conduct the gas into the Chancellery bunker." In spite of the confidential relationship that had arisen between us, I was myself shocked by my own frankness. But Stahl showed no signs of either consternation or excitement. Soberly, he promised that in the next few days he would look around for ways to obtain the gas. A few days later, Stahl told me that he had got in touch with the head of the munitions department in the Army Ordnance Office, Major Seuker. Perhaps, he had said, there were ways of rebuilding artillery shells, which were made in Stahl's factory for poison gas experiments. Actually, every medium-level employee in the poison gas factories had easier access to tabun than the Minister of Armaments or the Chief of the Directing Committee for Munitions. In the course of our discussions, it turned out that tabun became effective only after an explosion. This made it impracticable for my purpose, for an explosion would have shattered the thin-walled air ducts. By this time it was the beginning of March. But I continued to pursue my plan, for this seemed the only way to eliminate not only Hitler, but Bormann, Goebbels, and Ley at the same time during one of their nocturnal chats. Stahl thought that he would soon be able to obtain one of the traditional types of gas for me. Ever since the building of the Chancellery, I had been acquainted with Henschel, the chief engineer of the building. I suggested to him that the air filters had been in use too long and needed renewing, for Hitler had occasionally complained in my presence about the bad air in the bunker. Quickly, much more quickly than I could possibly act, Henschel removed the filtering system so that the bunker was without protection. But even if we could have obtained the gas immediately, those days would have passed fruitlessly. For when I invented some pretext at this time to inspect the ventilation shaft, I found a changed picture. Armed SS sentinels were now posted on the roofs of the entire complex. Searchlights had been installed, and where the ventilation shaft had previously been at ground level, there now rose a chimney more than 10 feet high, which put the air intake out of reach. I was stunned. My first thought was that my plan had been discovered. But actually the whole thing was the operation of chance. Hitler, temporarily blinded by poison gas during the First World War, had ordered the building of this chimney because poison gas is heavier than air. Basically, I was relieved that my plan had been finally thwarted. For 3 or 4 weeks more I was beset by fears that our plot might still be uncovered. Sometimes I became obsessed with the notion that my intention could be read in my face. After all, since July 20, 1944, there was always the risk that a man's family would be called to account, my wife and above all our 6 children. The building of the chimney had done more than ruin this particular plot. The whole idea of assassination vanished from my considerations as quickly as it had come. I no longer considered it my mission to eliminate Hitler, but to frustrate his orders for destruction. That, too, relieved me, for all my feelings still existed side by side: attachment, rebellion, loyalty, outrage. Quite aside from all question of fear, I could never have confronted Hitler pistol in hand. Face to face, his magnetic power over me was too great up to the very last day. The total confusion of my emotions can be seen in the fact that, however aware I was of the immorality of his conduct, I could not suppress a pang at his inexorable decline and at the collapse of a life built so entirely on self-assurance. From this point on, I felt toward him a mixture of abhorrence, pity, and fascination. In addition, I felt fear. In the middle of March, when I again had to send in a report dealing with the taboo subject of the lost war, I decided to accompany it with a personal letter. In a nervous hand, using the green ink which was the prerogative of a government minister, I began drafting it. Not entirely by hazard, I wrote it on the back of the sheet on which my secretary had copied the quotation from Mein Kampf in the special large type used for communications for Hitler. By this mechanism I was trying to remind Hitler of his own call to rebellion in a time of lost war. The enclosed memorandum, I began, is something I have had to write. As Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production, it is my duty to you and to the German people. Here I hesitated and recast the sentence, placing the German people before Hitler. Then I continued, I know that this letter must necessarily have grave consequences for me personally. At this point the draft, which has been preserved, breaks off. I had also put a line through this sentence. In its new form, my fate is cast entirely in Hitler's hands. The change was trivial, and may possibly have grave consequences for me personally. 29. 2. During this last stage of the war, I found distraction and relief in being active. I left it to Sarah to worry about armaments production, which was winding down anyhow. 1. For my part, I kept in as close touch as possible with my industrial associates so we could discuss urgent problems of provisioning and of transition to a post-war economy. The Morgenthau Plan was made to order for Hitler and the party, insofar as they could point to it for proof that defeat would finally seal the fate of all Germans. Many people were actually influenced by this threat. We, on the other hand, had long since taken a different view of what lay in the future. For Hitler and his henchmen had pursued aims similar to the Morgenthau Plan, only far more drastically, in the occupied territories. But experience showed that in Czechoslovakia, Poland, Norway, and France industries had developed again, even contrary to German intentions, since the temptation to reactivate them for our own ends was greater than the manias of embittered ideologues. And once anyone began to revive industry, he found he had to maintain the economic fundamentals that underlay it to feed and clothe people and to pay wages. Such, at any rate, had been the course of things in the occupied territories. We thought the one prerequisite for a repetition in Germany was that the productive mechanism should remain relatively intact. My work toward the end of the war, and especially after abandoning my plan to assassinate Hitler, was directed almost exclusively towards saving the industrial substance in defiance of all difficulties and without ideological or nationalistic bias. But since this was the very reverse of official policy, it led me further along the course of lies, deception, and schizophrenia on which I had already embarked. At a Situation Conference in January 1945, Hitler handed me a foreign press report. You know I ordered everything in France to be destroyed. How is it possible that French industry is already approaching its pre-war production only a few months later? He glared indignantly at me. Probably it's a propaganda report, I replied calmly. Hitler knew all about false propaganda reports, and the affair was dismissed. In February 1945, I once again flew to the Hungarian petroleum region, to the remaining coal area of Upper Silesia which we still held, and to Czechoslovakia and Danzig. Everywhere I extracted pledges from the local representatives of my ministry to follow our line. The generals, too, indicated their sympathy with my efforts. In the course of this journey I made an interesting observation at Lake Balaton in Hungary. I witnessed the open deployment of a number of SS divisions which Hitler intended to commit to a large-scale offensive. But the plan for this operation was subject to strictest secrecy. It seemed all the more grotesque, therefore, that these forces wore badges on their uniforms identifying them as elite formations. But even more grotesque than this open deployment for a surprise offensive was Hitler's belief that with a few armored divisions he could overthrow the newly established strong position of the Soviets in the Balkans. He thought the peoples of southeastern Europe were already tired of Soviet rule after only a few months. In the desperate mood of these weeks, he persuaded himself that a few initial successes would change everything. There would surely be a popular uprising against the Soviet Union, and the populace would make common cause with us against the Bolshevik enemy until victory was won. It was fantastic. My subsequent visit in Danzig brought me to the headquarters of Himmler in his capacity of Commander-in-Chief of the Vistula Army Group. The headquarters was a comfortably equipped special train. By chance I was present at a telephone conversation between him and General Weiss, and heard Himmler cut off all arguments for abandoning a lost position with a stereotyped reply, "I have given you a command. You will even answer with your head for it. I'll call you to account personally if the position is lost." But when I visited General Weiss the next day, the position had been abandoned in the course of the night. Weiss appeared unimpressed by Himmler's threats. "I am not committing my troops for insane demands that cost heavy casualties. I am doing only what is possible." Hitler's and Himmler's threats were beginning to lose their effectiveness. On this trip, too, I had my ministry photographer take pictures of the endless lines of refugees trekking in mute panic toward the west. Once again, Hitler refused to look at the photos. With resignation rather than vexation, he pushed them far away from him on the large map table. On my trip to Upper Silesia, I met General Heinrich, a sensible man with whom I had to collaborate confidentially during the last weeks of the war. At that time, in the middle of February, we decided that the railroad installations which would be needed in the future for distributing coal to southeast Germany were not to be destroyed. Together, we visited a mine near Rybnik. Although the mine was in the immediate vicinity of the front, the Soviet troops were allowing work to continue there. The enemy, too, seemed to be respecting our policy of non-destruction. The Polish workers had adjusted to the change in the situation. They were working as efficiently as ever, in a sense repaying us for our pledge that we would preserve their place of work if they refrained from sabotage. Early in March, I went to the Ruhr for a survey of what would be needed for the impending end and the new beginning. The industrialists were most anxious about the transportation question. If the coal mines and steel works were preserved but all the bridges destroyed, then the circulation among coal, steel, and rolling mills would be broken. That same day I went to see Field Marshal Model about it. Asterisk, the same day Model decided not to use the largest pharmaceutical plant in Germany, Bayer Leverkusen, as an artillery base. He agreed to inform the enemy and request him to spare the factory. He was in a state of fury. He told me that commands had just come from Hitler to attack the enemy on his flank at Remagen, using certain specified divisions, and recapture the bridge. Those divisions have lost their weapons and have no fighting strength at all. They would be less effective than a company. It's the same thing all over again. At headquarters, they have no idea what is going on. Of course, I'll be blamed for the failure. In his irritation at Hitler's orders, Model was all the readier to listen to my proposals. He promised that in the fighting in the Ruhr area he would spare the indispensable bridges and especially the railroad installations. To forestall the blowing up of bridges, which boded so ill for the future, I arranged with General Guderian to issue an edict on measures of destruction in our own country, whose purpose was to forbid any demolition which would hinder the supplying of our own population. Certain demolitions were absolutely essential, but these were to be kept to a minimum. As far as possible, only minor stoppages of traffic were to be undertaken. Guderian meant to issue this order on his own responsibility for the Eastern theatre of war. But when he tried to persuade General Jodl, who was in charge of the Western theatre, to sign it, he was referred to Keitel. Keitel took possession of the draft and said he would discuss it with Hitler. The result could be predicted. At the next Situation Conference, Hitler made a great scene over Guderian's proposal and reiterated the strict orders for destruction. In the middle of March, I sent Hitler another memorandum in which I again frankly expressed my opinion on the measures that must be taken at this stage of the war. The memorandum violated all the taboos he had set up in recent months, as I well knew. But only a few days before I had convoked my industrial associates to a meeting in Bernau and told them that I would risk my head to keep the factories from being demolished, no matter how much the military situation deteriorated. At the same time, I once again sent out a circular letter to all my branch officers ordering them to avoid destruction on principle. 3. to coax Hitler into reading my memorandum at all. The first pages began in the usual tone with a report on coal production. But by the second page I was presenting a list in which the armaments factories were already ranked last. I gave civilian needs precedence: food, gas, electricity. Asterisk. Weeks earlier, we had already drawn up complete plans. On February 19, one day after Hitler ordered me by decree to distribute all the transportation facilities of the armed forces, the armaments industry, agriculture, and industry among the prime users, and to establish the order of priorities for shipments, I gave the following orders in my instructions concerning the transportation situation: anything which is vital to preserving the strength of the German nation naturally takes precedence over everything else. As far as possible, food and other necessities of life must be provided for the population. The transportation crisis forced me to make this decision, since freight car loadings had dropped to a third of the former figure. Thanks to the pressure exerted by Reich, the State Secretary in the Ministry of Food, I was able to obtain a decree from the Planning Bureau on March 2, 1945, allowing me to order the Bureau of Construction to provide the food-producing industries and the farm machinery plants with the electricity and coal, and to have the nitrogen plants repaired before the hydrogenation plants. These were the last of my many decrees on priorities. I did not even mention the armaments industry. Pools of trucks which we kept in reserve for urgent armaments transports were provided with the necessary fuel and dispatched to deliver the seed for the next crops, for the State Railroad had announced that it could no longer handle this task. During these weeks we carried out a special program to fill Berlin's warehouses with enough food to last for several months. A special offer I made to State Secretaries in charge of the Ministry of Education was accepted, and our trucks began to move precious art objects from the Berlin museums to the salt caves along the Somme River. The objects thus saved today form the heart of the Dahlem Museum's collection. Abruptly, the text went on to say that the final collapse of the German economy could be expected with certainty within 4 to 8 weeks, and that afterward the war could not be continued on the military plane. Then, appealing directly to Hitler, I wrote, "No one has the right to take the viewpoint that the fate of the German people is tied to his personal fate. The primary obligation of leadership in these last weeks of the war must be to help the people wherever possible." I concluded the memorandum: at this stage of the war it makes no sense for us to undertake demolitions which may strike at the very life of the nation. Until then I had opposed Hitler's policy by a pretense of optimism in conformity with the official line, arguing that factories should not be destroyed because we would want to put them back in operation quickly after the reconquest. Now, on the contrary, I declared for the first time that the material substance of the nation had to be preserved even if a reconquest does not seem possible. It cannot possibly be the purpose of warfare at home to destroy so many bridges that, given the straitened means of the post-war period, it will take years to rebuild this transportation network. Their destruction means eliminating all further possibility for the German people to survive. In this memorandum I used Berlin as an example of what would happen if bridges were blown up. The planned demolition of the bridges in Berlin would cut off the city's food supply, and industrial production and human life in the city would be rendered impossible for years to come. Such demolitions would mean the death of Berlin. I also pointed out to Hitler the consequences for the Ruhr area. If the numerous railroad bridges over the smaller canals and valleys, or the viaducts, are blown up, the Ruhr area will be unable to handle even the production needed for repairing the bridges. In my March 15 memorandum, I also demanded of Hitler that preparations be made so that when the enemy approached, only a code word need be issued to assure that civilian and army stocks, including food stocks, would immediately be distributed among the people. I did not dare hand this memorandum to Hitler without preparation. He was too unpredictable, and an instant order to have me shot was quite conceivable. I therefore gave the 22-page document to Colonel von Blohr, my liaison officer at the Führer's headquarters, with instructions first to summarize it for him at a suitable moment. Then I requested Julius Schwab, Hitler's adjutant, to tell Hitler that I would like to have a photograph of him with a personal dedication for my impending 40th birthday. I was the only close associate of Hitler's who had not asked him for such a photograph during the entire 12 years. Now, at the end of his rule and of our personal relationship, I wanted to let him know that although I was opposing him and had had to face up to the fact of defeat, I still revered him and valued the distinction of a dedicated photograph. Still, I was apprehensive and took steps to put myself out of his reach immediately after handing over the memorandum. That same night I planned to fly to Königsberg, already threatened by the Soviet armies. I was to have a conference with my assistants there, where I would again urge my plea against needless demolitions. At the same time, I thought I would bid Hitler farewell. And so on the evening of March 18, I went to the Situation Conference with my fateful document. For some time the conferences had no longer been taking place in Hitler's resplendent office, which I had designed 7 years ago. Hitler had transferred them to his small study in the deep shelter. With melancholy bitterness he commented to me, "Ah, you know, Herr Speer, your beautiful architecture no longer provides the proper frame for the Situation Conferences." The subject of the March 18 conference was the defense of the Tsar, now hard pressed by Patton's army. As he had done once before in the case of the Russian manganese mines, Hitler suddenly turned to me for support. "Tell the gentleman yourself what a loss of the Tsar coal will mean to you." Completely off my guard, I blurted out, "That would only speed up the collapse." Stunned and embarrassed, we stared at each other. I was just as surprised as Hitler. After an awkward silence, Hitler changed the subject. That same day, Field Marshal Kesselring, the commander-in-chief in the West, reported that the populace was playing a negative role in the struggle against the advancing American forces. More and more often the people did not allow our own troops to enter the villages. Deputations would go to the officers to beg them not to cause the destruction of localities by defending them. In many cases the troops had yielded to these desperate pleas. Without a moment's compunction, Hitler turned to Keitel and told him to compose an order to the commander-in-chief and the Gauleiters. The entire population of the threatened areas was to be forcibly evacuated. Dutifully, Keitel sat down at a table in the Kammer to draw up the order. One of the generals present tried to persuade Hitler that it was impossible to carry out the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of persons. There were no longer any trains available. Transportation had long since broken down completely. Hitler remained obdurate. "Then let them walk," he replied. That, too, could not be organized, the general said. Provisioning would be needed. The torrent of humanity would have to be led through less populated areas, and besides, the people did not even have proper shoes. He was not given a chance to finish. Imperviously, Hitler turned away. Keitel had drafted the order and read it to Hitler, who approved it. Its text ran: "The presence of the population in the battle zone threatened by the enemy imposes difficulties upon the fighting troops, as it does on the population itself. The Führer therefore issues the following command: west of the Rhine, or in the Saarpalatinate, as the case may be, all inhabitants are to be evacuated at once from the area, beginning directly behind the main battlefield. Removal is to take place in a general southeasterly direction and south of the line formed by St. Wendel, Kaiserslautern, and Ludwigshafen. Details to be settled by Army Group G in association with the Gauleiters. The Gauleiters will receive the same order from the Chief of the Party Secretariat. Chief OKW signed, Field Marshal Keitel. Asterisk. Asterisk. Here we have an example of the chaos created by Hitler's sudden reactions. Shortly before this, on the same day, March 18, Keitel had sent a teletype message saying the Führer has unequivocally decided to carry through the disengagement and evacuation measures wherever necessary in those western sectors directly threatened by the enemy. That those who did not obey this order were completely covered during the disengagement and evacuation. Military operations, food transport and coal transport must not be impeded. The next day, March 19, 1945, Bormann issued implementation instructions for Hitler's latest order. These provided that in case transportation is not available, evacuation should be undertaken in horse or ox-drawn wagons. If necessary, the male part of the population should proceed on foot. No one objected when Hitler concluded, "We can no longer afford to concern ourselves with the population." Together with Sander, Bormann's liaison man to Hitler, I left the room. Sander was in despair. "But that is impossible. It will be an utter disaster. No preparations have been made." Impulsively, I said that I would give up my flight to Königsberg and drive west that very night to see what I could do to help. The situation conference was over, it was past midnight, and my 40th birthday had begun. I asked Hitler whether I might see him for a moment. He called his orderly, "Bring that picture I've signed," and handed me, with cordial birthday wishes, the red leather case stamped with the Führer's emblem. This was the usual container in which he presented his silver-framed photos. I expressed my thanks and set the case down on the table as I prepared to hand him my memorandum. But Hitler was saying, "Lately it has been hard for me to write even a few words in my own hand. You know how it shakes. Often I can hardly complete my signature. What I've written for you came out almost illegible." At that I opened the case to read the inscription. It was in fact scarcely legible, but couched in unusually cordial terms, joining thanks for my work with the assurance of lasting friendship. It was hard for me at this point to respond to the gift by presenting him with the memorandum in which I dryly set forth the collapse of his whole mission. Hitler received it without a word. To bridge the awkwardness of this moment, I informed him that I would be driving to the west instead of flying to Königsberg that night. While I was still in the bunker, telephoning from my car and driver, I was again summoned to Hitler. "I've thought it over. It will be better if you take my car and have my driver Kempke drive you." I objected on various grounds. Finally, Hitler agreed that I could use my own car, but that Kempke must drive me. I felt rather uneasy, for the warmth Hitler had shown when he handed me his photograph, a warmth to which I had almost succumbed, was now gone without a trace. I could feel his ill humour as he dismissed me and was already at the door when he said, as if cutting off the possibility of any answer, "This time you will receive a written reply to your memorandum." He made a brief pause, then in an icy tone continued, "If the war is lost, the people will be lost also. It is not necessary to worry about what the German people will need for elemental survival. On the contrary, it is best for us to destroy even these things, for the nation has proved to be the weaker, and the future belongs solely to the stronger Eastern nation. In any case, only those who are inferior will remain after this struggle, for the good have already been killed for." I was relieved when I at last sat at the wheel of my car in the fresh night air, Hitler as chauffeur at my side and Lieutenant Colonel von Poser, my liaison officer to the General Staff, on the rear seat. Kempke had agreed that we would take turns driving. By this time it was about 1:30 in the morning, and speed was of the essence if we were to cover the 300-odd miles of Autobahn to the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief, west, near Nauheim, before daybreak, for then the enemy hedgehopper fighters appeared. We had the radio timed to the broadcaster for the night fighters and kept the grid map on our knees. Night fighters and grid number, several mosquitoes and grid in night fighters and grid. This way we knew exactly where the enemy was. If a formation were approaching us, we would switch to our parking lights and feel our way slowly along the edge of the road. As soon as our square on the grid map was free of the enemy, we switched to high beam and fog lights, turned on the big jack light, and with our supercharger howling, roared down the Autobahn. By morning we were still on the road, but lulling clouds had brought air activity to a standstill. At headquarters, I first of all lay down for a few hours' sleep. This headquarters was located in a small castle atop a cliff, connected with bunkers by a stairway. It was the headquarters I had built for Hitler in 1940, which he had rejected at the time. Toward noon I had a meeting with Kesselring, but our talk proved fruitless. He behaved as a soldier, pure and simple, and was not inclined to discuss Hitler's orders. On the other hand, the party representative on his staff proved surprisingly more amenable to reason. As we paced back and forth on the terrace of the castle, he assured me that he would do his best to suppress reports on the behavior of the population which might affect Hitler badly. During a simple meal with his staff, Kesselring had just offered a brief toast to my 40th birthday when a formation of enemy fighter planes suddenly descended on the castle with a high-pitched whining sound. At the same moment, the first burst of machine gun fire struck the windows. Everyone threw himself to the floor. Only now did the alarm siren sound. The first heavy bombs crashed in the immediate vicinity. While the explosions boomed on either side of us, we rushed through the smoke and plastered dust into the bunkers. This attack was obviously aimed at the Western Defense Headquarters. The bombs continued to fall without a pause. The bunker swayed but was not hit directly. When the attack was over, we continued our conferences, at which we were now joined by Hermann Arkling, the Saar industrialist, a man in his 70s. In the course of the conversation, Kesselring told Arkling that the Saar would be lost in the next few days. Arkling accepted the news almost indifferently. "We have lost the Saar once before and won it back. Old as I am, I shall see it return to our possession again." The next stage in our journey was Heidelberg, where the armament staff for southwest Germany had been transferred. This was a chance for me to pay a brief birthday visit to my parents. By day the Autobahn could not be traversed because of the plains. Since I knew all the secondary roads from my boyhood, Arkling and I drove through the Odenwald. It was warm, sunny spring weather. For the first time we talked with complete frankness. Arkling, formerly an admirer of Hitler, made it quite clear that he thought it senseless fanaticism to continue the war. It was late evening by the time we reached Heidelberg. The news from the Saar sounded good. Scarcely any preparations for demolitions had been made. Since it was now only a matter of days before the area fell into Allied hands, even a command from Hitler could no longer do damage. Then, during a toilsome drive over roads blocked by retreating troops, we were furiously sworn at by tired and battered soldiers. It took until midnight for us to reach the army headquarters, situated in a wine-growing village of the Palatinate. SS General Hosse was more sensible in the interpretation of insane orders than his commander-in-chief. Hosse thought that the ordered evacuation could not possibly be carried out and that blowing up the bridges would be irresponsible. 5 months later, a prisoner of war being taken from Versailles, I rode in a truck through the Saar and the Palatinate. Both the railroad installations and the highway bridges were largely intact. Sunt, the Gauleiter of the Palatinate and the Saar, declared flatly that he would not implement the order for evacuation which he had received. A rather curious conversation developed between the Gauleiter and the Minister of Armaments and War Production. "If you cannot carry out the evacuation and the Führer calls you to account, you can say I told you the order had been cancelled." "No, very kind of you, but I'll take it on my own responsibility." I insisted, but I'll gladly put my head on the block for it. Sin HR shook his head. "No, I am doing it. I want to take this on my own shoulders." That was the only point on which we could not agree. Our next destination was Field Marshal Model S headquarters, 125 miles away in the Westerwald. In the morning hours the American low-level planes appeared. We abandoned the main roads and by way of secondary roads finally reached a small, peaceful village. Nothing indicated that this was the command headquarters of an army group. Not an officer or soldier, not a car or motorcycle courier was in sight. All automobile traffic was banned by day. In the village inn I sat with Model and took up the discussion we had begun in Siegburg about preservation of the railroad installations in the Ruhr area. While we were talking, an officer came in with a teletype message. "This concerns you," Model said, both embarrassed and perplexed. I sensed that it was bad news. It was Hitler's answer in writing to my memorandum. On every point it ordered the exact opposite of the things I had called for on March 18. All military transportation, communications, industrial, and supply facilities, as well as all resources within the Reich were to be destroyed. The message was the death sentence for the German people. It called for application of the scorched earth principle in its most sweeping form. The decree further stripped me of all my powers. All my orders for the preservation of industry were explicitly revoked. Now the Gauleiters were put in charge of the program of destruction. 5. The consequences would have been inconceivable. For an indefinite period there would have been no electricity, no gas, no pure water, no coal, no transportation. All railroad facilities, canals, locks, docks, ships, and locomotives destroyed. Even where industry had not been demolished, it could not have produced anything for lack of electricity, gas, and water. No storage facilities, no telephone communications, in short, a country thrown back into the Middle Ages. It was obvious from Field Marshal Model S' attitude that my situation had changed. He now talked to me with a distinct air of aloofness and avoided all further discussion of our actual subject, the safeguarding of the Ruhr industries. 6. Tired and distraught, I lay down to sleep in a farmhouse. After a few restless hours, I walked across the fields and climbed a hill. The village lay peacefully below me in the sunlight under a thin veil of mist. I could see far out over the hills of Sauerland, the land lying between the Sieg and the Ruhr rivers. How was it possible, I thought, that one man wanted to transform this land into a desert? I lay down in the fern. Everything seemed unreal, but the soil gave off a spicy fragrance. The first green sprouts of plants were springing from the ground. As I walked back, the sun was setting. I had taken my resolve. The execution of that order must be prevented. I called off the conferences I had arranged for that evening in the Ruhr. It was better to explore the situation in Berlin first. The car was fetched from its hiding place under trees. In spite of lively air activity, I set out that night, with dimmed lights, for the east. I leafed through my notes while Kempke sat at the wheel. Many of these notes concerned the conferences I had held in the past 2 days. Indecisively, I went over the pages. Then I began to tear them up inconspicuously and to scatter the pieces out the window. During a stop, I happened to notice the running board. The strong wind of the car's movement had pressed those betraying scraps of paper in a small heap in the Kammer. Covertly, I kicked them into the roadside ditch. 30. Hitler's ultimatum. Exhaustion produces a state of indifference. Thus I was not at all agitated when I met Hitler in the Chancellery on the afternoon of March 21, 1945. He asked me briefly about the trip, but he was terse and did not mention his reply in writing. It seemed to me pointless to bring it up. Without asking me to join them, he listened to Kempke's report for over an hour. Ignoring my demotion, I handed Guderian a copy of my memorandum that same evening. I offered another copy to Käsel, who, however, refused to take it. He wore an expression of horror, as if it were a dangerous high explosive. I tried in vain to find out the circumstances in which Hitler's command had been issued. There was an air of coolness all around me, as after the time my name had been discovered on the ministerial list of the July 20 conspiracy. Obviously, Hitler's entourage regarded my present state as a fall into ultimate disfavor. I had actually lost all influence over the area that concerned me most, the preservation of the industry I was supposed to be running. At this time, 2 decisions by Hitler proved to me that he was resolved on the utmost ruthlessness. In a Wehrmacht communique of March 18, 1945, I read of the execution of 4 officers charged with not having blown up the Rhine Bridge, Remagen in time. Model had just told me that they were completely innocent. Their shock of Remagen, as it was called, kept many of the responsible men in a state of terror until the end of the war. That same day I heard, or rather had it hinted to me, that Hitler had ordered the execution of General Fromm. A few weeks before, Minister of Justice Reich had remarked to me, offhandedly and completely unmoved, between 2 courses of a meal, Fromm's going to lose his bonnet soon too. My efforts to speak up for Fromm that evening remained fruitless. The Reich was not in the least impressed. Consequently, a few days later I sent him a 5-page official letter in which I refuted most of the charges against Fromm, insofar as I knew what they were, and offered to appear before the People's Court as a witness for the defense. That was probably an unprecedented request on the part of a Rhine minister. Only 3 days later, on March 6, 1945, the Reich wrote me curtly that I would have to obtain permission from Hitler in order to testify. The Führer has just informed me, the Reich continued, that he has no intention of issuing an exceptional permission to you in the case of Fromm. I therefore will not include your statement in the records of the court. When the executions also made me aware of the nature of the risk I was running. I was stubborn. When, on March 22, Hitler invited me to one of his armaments conferences, I again had Sauer represent me. From his notes, it was clear that he and Hitler had frivolously ignored the realities. Although armaments production had long since come to an end, they occupied themselves with projects as though the whole of 1945 was still at their disposal. For example, they discussed the totally non-existent crude steel production and also decided that the 8.8 cm anti-tank gun for the troops was to be produced in maximum quantities, and the production of the 21 cm mortars was to be increased. They gloried over the development of entirely new weapons, a new special rifle for the parachute troops with maximum ejection speed, of course, for a new super-caliber 30.5 cm mortar. The minutes also recorded an order of Hitler's that 5 new variants of existing types of tanks were to be demonstrated to him within a few weeks. In addition, he wanted to investigate the effect of Krieg fire, known since classical antiquity, and he wished to have our jet fighter bomber, the Meminus 262, rearmed as quickly as possible as a fighter plane. In ordering this last action, he was tacitly conceding the error he had made a year and a half before, when he had persistently refused the advice of all the experts. I had returned to Berlin on March 21. Early in the morning 3 days later, I received the news that British troops had crossed the Rhine on a broad front, north of the Ruhr, without meeting any resistance. Our troops were helpless, as I had already heard from Model. As late as September 1944, our strenuous production of armaments had made it possible to erect a new defensive front in a short time out of weaponless armies. This could no longer be done. Germany was being overrun. I drove to the Ruhr area once more. Saving its industry was the crucial question for the post-war era. In Westphalia, a flat tire forced us to stop. Unrecognized in the twilight, I stood in a farmyard talking to the farmers. To my surprise, the faith in Hitler which had been hammered into their minds all these last years was still strong. Hitler could never lose the war, they declared. The Führer is still holding something in reserve that he'll play at the last moment, then the turning point will come. It is only a trap, his letting the enemy come so far into our country. Even among members of the government, I still encountered this naive faith in deliberately withheld secret weapons that at the last moment would annihilate an enemy recklessly advancing into the country. Funk, for example, asked me, "We still have a special weapon, don't we? A weapon that will change everything." That very night, I began my conferences with Dr. Roland, the chief of the Ruhr staff, and his most important assistants. Their report was terrifying. The 3 Gauleiters of the Ruhr region were determined to carry out Hitler's demolition order. H. Arner, one of our technical assistants who was, unfortunately, at the same time chief of the party technical office, had drawn up a plan of destruction at the Gauleiters' command. Regretfully, but with the air of a man accustomed to obedience, he explained the details of his scheme that was to eliminate the industry of the Ruhr for the foreseeable future. The plan was a technical masterpiece. Even the coal mines were to be flooded, and their restoration prevented for years to come by destruction of the lift machinery. Barges loaded with cement were to be sunk to block the transshipment ports and the canals of the Ruhr. The Gauleiters wanted to begin their first demolitions next day, since the enemy troops were advancing rapidly in the northern part of the Ruhr. But the Gauleiters had so little transportation at their disposal that they were dependent on aid from my armaments organization. They hoped to find an ample supply of explosives, blasting caps, and fuses in the mines. Roland immediately summoned some 20 reliable coal mining men to the former Thyssen castle of Landsberg, the seat of the Ruhr staff. After a brief conference, it was jointly decided, as though this were one of the most natural acts in the world, that all dynamite, blasting caps, and fuses were to be thrown into the sumps of the mines. One of our men was instructed to use what meager fuel was available to drive all the trucks under our command out of the Ruhr area. If necessary, trucks and gasoline were to be placed at the disposal of the fighting troops, which would make them absolutely unavailable to the civilian sector. Finally, I promised Roland and his associates 50 submachine guns. We were still producing thousands to be used for guarding power plants and other important industrial installations against the Gauleiters' demolition squads. In the hands of determined men defending their own places of work, these weapons represented considerable force, since the police and party functionaries had only recently been compelled to deliver their weapons to the army. What this amounted to, really, was open revolt. Gauleiters Florian, Hoffmann, and Schlesmann were at this time meeting at the Hotel Bleibquell near Langenberg. Disobeying all of Hitler's injunctions, on the next day I made another effort to win them over to my view. I had a heated dispute with Gauleiter Florian of D. Esseldorf. He took the line that if the war were lost, it was not the fault of Hitler or the party, but of the German people. Only miserable creatures would survive such a catastrophe anyhow. But I was able to make Hoffmann and Schlesmann see some reason. In spite of this, they were in a quandary. The Führer's orders must be obeyed, they said, and no one could relieve them of their responsibility. They were altogether perplexed, all the more so since Bormann had meanwhile passed on a new order from Hitler even more radically calling for destruction of the basis of the nation's life. Asterisk. The decree read as follows. Reception of fellow Germans transferred from evacuated areas. I am delegated to report as follows. On March 19, 1945, the Führer issued an order on demolitions which you have already received or which you will find enclosed. At this same time the Führer unequivocally ordered that areas which we cannot at present hold, and whose occupation by the enemy is probable, must be evacuated. The Führer has imposed upon the Gauleiters of districts near the front the solemn obligation to do all that is humanly possible to assure total evacuation, that is the withdrawal from the threatened areas of every single fellow German Volksgenoss, a word with race theory overtones. From the many descriptions he has received, the Führer is aware of the great difficulties involved in implementing this order. The Führer's demands are based on precise and cogent deliberations. The absolute necessity of evacuation is not open to discussion. If the evacuation and transportation of so many fellow Germans is a difficult problem, providing them with shelter in the interior districts of Germany will be no less difficult. This seemingly impossible task of housing our fellow Germans from the evacuated areas must be accomplished. The Führer expects that the districts of the interior will display the needful understanding for the inescapable demands of the hour. We must improvise in every possible way in order to master the present situation in each region. Hitler once again commanded that areas which we cannot at present hold, and whose occupation by the enemy is probable, must be evacuated. To forestall any objections, the edict continued. From the many descriptions he has received, the Führer is aware of the great difficulties involved in implementing this order. The Führer's demands are based on precise and cogent deliberations. The absolute necessity of evacuation is not open to question. Any such resettlement of millions of people from the territories west of the Rhine and the Ruhr, from the dense population centers of Mannheim and Frankfurt, could only be undertaken in rural areas, chiefly in Thuringia and the lowlands of the Elbe. The inadequately dressed and poorly fed urban population was supposed to flood into a countryside without sanitary provisions, shelter, or food. Famine, disease, and misery were inevitable. The assembled Gauleiters agreed that the party no longer had any power to carry out these orders. But to our general astonishment, Florian read aloud the text of a ringing summons to the party functionaries of Die Esseldorf, which he intended to have posted throughout the city. It called for setting fire to all remaining buildings of the city upon the approach of the enemy, evacuation of all the inhabitants. Let the enemy march into a burned-out, deserted city. 3. The two other Gauleiters had meanwhile become uncertain of themselves. They were ready to accept my interpretation of the Führer's order that the Ruhr's industry was still important for armaments production, all the more so since in the struggle for the Ruhr we could supply the troops with ammunition directly from the factories. Therefore the destruction of the power plants, which was to have begun next day, was postponed, and the order for demolition was transformed into an order to temporarily paralyze the factories. Immediately after this conference, I again called on Field Marshal Model in his headquarters. He proved to be willing to keep the fighting as far from the industrial area as possible and thus reduce demolitions to a minimum. He would also refrain from ordering the destruction of any factories, for the rest, he promised to keep in close contact with Dr. Roland and his associates during the next few weeks. From Model, I learned that American troops were advancing upon Frankfurt. A precise front line could no longer be determined, and Kesselring's headquarters had just been shifted farther to the east. About 3 o'clock in the morning I arrived at Kesselring's old headquarters near Nauheim. After a talk with his chief of staff, General Westphal, I was satisfied that he too would interpret the demolition order in a merciful sense. Since even the chief of staff had no idea of how far the enemy had advanced in the course of the night, we detoured to the east, driving through the Spessart and the Odenwald to Heidelberg, and thus passed through the small town of Lohr. Our troops had already withdrawn. A curiously expectant mood hovered over the silent streets and squares. At one intersection stood a solitary soldier with a couple of bazookas. He looked at me in surprise. What in the world are you waiting for? I asked him. And what will you do when the Americans come? He hesitated only a moment. Get the hell out of here. Here as well as everywhere else I had the impression that people thought the war was over. At the Armament Staff Office for Baden and W. Ottenburg in Heidelberg late orders from Gauleiter Wagner of Baden commanding the destruction of the water and gas works in my native city as in all other cities in Baden. We found a simple method of thwarting these orders. We went ahead and prepared the written copies but put the letters into the mailbox of a town that was on the point of being occupied by the enemy. The Americans had already taken Mannheim, only 12 miles away, and were slowly advancing toward Heidelberg. After a nocturnal discussion with Mayor Nienhaus of Heidelberg, I offered a last service to my native city by writing to SS General Hosser, whom I already knew from my work in the Saar, and asking him to declare Heidelberg a hospital city to be surrendered without a fight. At dawn I bade my parents goodbye. During the last hours we spent together they, too, had displayed that uncanny calm and composure which had come over the suffering people. Both were standing at the front door of our house as I got into the car. My father came quickly up to the car once more, and while clasping my hand one last time looked silently into my eyes. We had a premonition that we would never see each other again. Retreating troops without arms or equipment were blocking the road to Würzburg. A wild pig had ventured out of the woods in the half-light of morning and was being noisily chased by soldiers. In Würzburg I called on Gauleiter Helmuth, who invited me to an ample breakfast. While we did justice to the excellent country sausages and eggs, the Gauleiter explained with the greatest matter-of-factness that to carry out Hitler's decree he had ordered destruction of the Schweinfurt Ballbearings industry. The factory heads and the party authorities were already waiting in another room for instructions. The plan was well conceived. The oil baths of the special machines were to be set afire. Experiences in the air raids had already shown that such fires would reduce the machinery to use the scrap iron. At first I could not convince him that such destruction was foolish. He asked me when the Führer intended to apply the decisive secret weapon. He had heard from Bormann and Goebbels that commitment of this weapon was impending. As I had done so often, I had to tell him that this secret weapon did not exist. I knew that this Gauleiter was one of the sensible ones and pleaded with him not to carry out Hitler's scorched earth order. Given this situation, I argued, it was madness to deprive the people of the foundations for a continued national life by demolishing industrial facilities and bridges. I also mentioned the German troops that were being concentrated east of Schweinfurt to counter-attack in the centre and recapture our armaments industries. In saying this I was not even lying, for the top leadership was actually planning a counter-attack in the near future. The tired old argument that Hitler could not continue his war without ball bearings finally had its effect. Convinced or not, the Gauleiter was not eager to win immortal fame for having ruined all chance of victory by destroying the Schweinfurt factories. After Würzburg the weather cleared. Only occasionally did we now encounter small units marching on foot, without heavy arms, to meet the enemy. These were training units which had been raised for the final offensive. The inhabitants of the villages were busy digging pits in their gardens. They were burying their family silver and other valuables. Everywhere we encountered the same friendly, obliging attitude on the part of the rural populace. However, nobody wanted us to take cover between houses from low-flying planes, since this might endanger the houses. Herr Minister, would you mind moving on to the next house, down the road a piece? Someone called out of a window. Precisely because the populace was so peaceable and resigned, and because well-equipped troop units were nowhere to be seen, the large number of bridges prepared for dynamiting struck me as even more insane than it had at my Berlin desk. In the towns and villages of Thuringia, party formations, chiefly SA units, were tramping aimlessly about the streets in their uniforms. Sokol had called up the great levy, mostly elderly men or children of 16. This was the Volkssturm that was supposed to confront the enemy, but nobody could supply them with weapons. A few days later Sokol issued one more noble injunction to fight to the last, then took off in his car for southern Germany. Late in the evening of March 27, I arrived in Berlin. I found a changed situation there. In the meantime, Hitler had issued orders that SS Gruppenfechtkammler, already responsible for the rocket weapons, was to be in charge of the development and production of all modern aircraft. Thus I had lost my jurisdiction over air armaments. What was more, since Kammler could employ my own assistants in the ministry, an impossible organizational and bureaucratic snarl had been created. In addition, Hitler had explicitly commanded that Göring and I accept our subordination to Kammler by countersigning the decree. I signed without objecting, furious and insulted though I felt at this latest humiliation. That day I stayed away from the Situation Conference. Almost at the same time, Poser informed me that Hitler had sent Guderian on leave. Officially this was a furlough for health reasons, but everyone familiar with the inside story knew that Guderian would not return. Thus I was losing one of the few men in Hitler's military entourage who had not only supported me by action, but constantly encouraged me to continue my present course. On top of everything else, my secretary brought me the orders issued by the chief of the Signal Corps in accordance with Hitler's edict of total destruction. The wires and installations of the post office, the railroad system, the waterways, the police, and electric power transmission lines were all to be smashed and severed. By explosion, fire, or dismantlement, all telephone, telegraph and relay offices, the switches of the long-distance cables, the masts, antennas, and broadcasting and receiving facilities of the radio stations were to be rendered thoroughly useless. To prevent the enemy from making even temporary repairs in the communications network of the occupied areas, all stocks of spare parts, all cable and wire, even the switching diagrams, cable diagrams, and descriptions of equipment were to be fully destroyed. 5. But General Albert Prohn intimated to me that he would use judgment in carrying out this brutal order. On top of all this, I received confidential information that armaments were to be turned over to Sauer, but under the direction of Himmler, who was to be appointed Inspector General for War Production. 6. This seemed to mean that Hitler intended to drop me. Shortly afterwards, Schaub telephoned and in an unusually acid tone let me know I was to see Hitler that evening. I felt considerable apprehension when I was led into Hitler's office deep underground. He was alone, received me frostily, did not shake hands, scarcely replied to my greeting, and in a sharp, low voice immediately came to the point. Bormann has given me a report on your conference with the Ruhrgauleiters. You pressed them not to carry out my orders and declared that the war is lost. Are you aware of what must follow from that? As if he were reminded of something remote, his voice softened as he spoke, the tension lessened, and almost in the tone of a normal person he added, if you were not my architect, I would take the measures that are called for in such a case. Partly in a spirit of open rebellion, partly from sheer exhaustion, I answered impulsively rather than courageously, take the measures you think necessary and grant no consideration to me as an individual. Apparently Hitler had lost the thread. There was a brief pause. He continued in a friendly manner, and I had the impression that he had already carefully considered and determined this course. You are overworked and ill. I have therefore decided that you are to go on leave at once. Someone else will run your ministry as your deputy. No, I feel perfectly well, I replied resolutely. I am not going on leave. If you no longer want me as your minister, dismiss me from my post. Even as I said this, I remembered that Göring had already rejected this solution a year ago. Hitler now answered decisively, and in a tone of finality, I do not want to dismiss you, but I insist that you begin your sick leave immediately. I remain stubborn. I cannot keep the responsibility of a minister while another man is acting in my name. Then, with a shade of conciliation, and almost as if I were taking an oath, I added, I cannot. Mein Vater. That was the first time in the course of the conversation that I had used this form of address. Hitler appeared unmoved. You have no choice. It is impossible for me to dismiss you. And then, as if likewise wishing to make a gesture hinting at his own weakness, he added, for reasons of foreign and domestic policy, I cannot spare you. Encouraged, I replied, it is impossible for me to go on leave. As long as I am in office, I must conduct the affairs of the ministry. I am not sick. There was a lengthy pause. Hitler sat down, and I did also and asked. In a relaxed tone, Hitler continued, Speer, if you can convince yourself that the war is not lost, you can continue to run your office. From my memoranda, and no doubt from Bormann's report, he knew quite well how I regarded the situation and what conclusions I had drawn. Evidently all he wanted from me was lip service, a verbal statement that would bar me from saying otherwise in the future. You know I cannot be convinced of that, I replied sincerely but without defiance. The war is lost. Hitler launched into recollections. He spoke of the other difficult situations in his life, situations in which all had seemed lost but which he had mastered by perseverance, energy, and fanaticism. He went on and on forever, it seemed to me, carried away by his memories of the early days of struggle. He drew on such examples as the winter of 1941–42, the threatening transportation crisis, even my own stupendous achievements in armaments production. I had heard all that from him many times, knew these monologues almost by heart, and could have continued them myself almost word for word. He scarcely changed the tone of his voice, but perhaps the very drone of it made his sermon more compelling. I had had a similar feeling years ago in the tea-house, when I had tried to resist his hypnotic eyes. Now, since I remained silent and only looked steadily at him, he surprisingly lowered his demand. If you would believe that the war can still be won, if you could at least have faith in that, all would be well. He had passed into an almost pleading tone, and for a moment I thought that in his piteousness he was even more persuasive than in his masterful poses. Under other circumstances I would probably have weakened and given in. This time, what kept me from submitting to his spell was that, agitated, and therefore probably speaking a shade too loudly, I said, I cannot, with the best will in the world. And after all, I do not want to be one of the swine in your entourage who tell you they believe in victory. Hitler did not react. For a while he stared into space, then again began talking about his experiences in the campsite the days before the party had come to power. He reverted once again, as he had often done during these weeks, to Frederick the Great's unexpected salvation. One must believe that all will turn out well. Do you still hope for a successful continuance of the war, or is your faith shattered? Once again Hitler reduced his demand to a formal profession of faith that would be binding upon me. If you could at least hope that we have not lost, you must certainly be able to hope that would be enough to satisfy me. I did not answer. There was a long, awkward pause. At last Hitler stood up abruptly. Now he was very unfriendly again and declared with the sharpness he had shown at the beginning of the interview, You have 24 hours to think over your answer. Tomorrow let me know whether you hope that the war can still be won. Without shaking hands, he dismissed me. 7. As if to dramatize what lay in store for Germany after Hitler's command, immediately after this discussion a teletype message came from the Chief of Transportation. Dated March 29, 1945, it read, Aim is creation of a transportation wasteland in abandoned territory. Shortage of explosives demands resourceful utilization of all possibilities for producing lasting destruction. Included in the list of facilities slated for destruction were, once again, all types of bridges, tracks, roundhouses, all technical installations in the freight depots, workshop equipment, and sluices and locks in our canals. Along with this, simultaneously all locomotives, passenger cars, freight cars, cargo vessels, and barges were to be completely destroyed and the canals and rivers blocked by sinking ships in them. Every type of ammunition was to be employed for this task. If such explosives were not available, fires were to be set and important parts smashed. Only the technician can grasp the extent of the calamity that execution of this order would have brought upon Germany. The instructions were also prime evidence of how general order of Hitler's was translated into terrifyingly thorough terms. In my small emergency apartment in the rear wing of the ministry, I went to bed, exhausted, and let my mind cast about for how I was to answer Hitler's 24-hour ultimatum. Finally, I got up and began writing a letter. At first, the text moved inconsistently between a desire to make Hitler see reason and an attempt to meet him halfway. But then it continued bluntly. When I read the demolition order of March 19, 1945, and shortly afterward, the stringent evacuation order, I saw these as the first steps toward carrying out these intentions. At this point I gave my answer to the question he had posed as an ultimatum, but I can no longer believe in the success of our good cause if during these decisive months we simultaneously and systematically destroy the foundations of our national existence. That is so great an injustice to our people that should it be done, fate can no longer wish us well. I therefore beg you not to carry out this measure so harmful to the people. If you could revise your policy on this question, I would once more recover the faith and the courage to continue working with the greatest energy. It no longer lies in our hands. I continue my response to Hitler's ultimatum to decide how fate will turn, only how Providence can still change our future. We can only make our contribution by a strong posture and unshakable faith in the eternal future of our nation. I close not with the Heil, mein Vater customary in such private letters, but use my last words to further my point and invoke the one hope that still remained to us. May God protect Germany. Asterisk further excerpts from this letter. My feeling is that if I should quit my post at this critical moment, even at your orders, I would be guilty of deserting the German people, not to speak of my loyal associates. Nevertheless, I am duty-bound to tell you bluntly and without embellishment how the course of events looks to me, irrespective of the possible consequences for me. Unlike so many of your co-workers, I have always spoken frankly to you, and I shall continue to do so. I believe in the future of the German people. I believe in a providence that is just and inexorable, and thus I believe in God. It pained me deeply during the victorious days of 1940 to see how many among our leaders were losing their inner integrity. This was the moment when we should have commended ourselves to Providence by our decency and inner modesty. Then fate would have been on our side. But during those months we were weighed in the balance and found too light for ultimate victory. We wasted a year of precious time luxuriating in our easily won success when we could have been girding ourselves for battle. This is why we were caught unprepared in the decisive years of 1944 and 1945. If all our new weapons had been ready a year earlier, we would be in a very different position now. As if we were being warned by Providence from 1940 on, all our military undertakings were dogged by unprecedented ill luck. Never before has an outside element such as the weather played such a decisive and devastating role as in this, the most technological of all wars. The cold in Moscow, the fog around Stalingrad, and the blue sky above the winter offensive in the West in 1944. I can continue to carry out my duties with a sense of honor, with conviction, and with faith in the future, only if you, mein Vater, continue to uphold our life as a people. I shall not enter into a discussion of the way your orders of March 19, 1945, will inevitably crush our last remaining industrial potential and produce panic and horror among the population. These matters are of the highest importance, but they do not involve the principle that concerns me here. You will understand my inner conflict. I cannot throw myself into my work or generate the necessary confidence if even while I am urging my workers to supreme efforts, I know that we are planning to destroy the very foundations of their lives. As I reread this letter, I found it a weak performance. Perhaps Hitler decided that anything I wrote at this point would express a rebellious attitude which would force him to take stern measures against me. For when I asked one of his secretaries to type the letter which, since it was meant only for him, I had written almost illegibly by hand on Hitler's special typewriter with its oversized letters, she telephoned back, "The Führer has forbidden me to receive any letters from you. He wants to see you here and have your answer verbally." Shortly afterward I was told to come to Hitler at once. Toward midnight I drove down Wilhelmstrasse, now shattered by bombs, the few hundred yards to the Chancellery, still without knowing what I was going to do or answer. The 24 hours were up. I had not arrived at an answer. I left it to the moment of confrontation to decide what I would say. Hitler stood before me, not at all sure of himself, seeming rather anxious. He asked tersely, "Well?" For a moment I was confused. I had no answer ready. But then, simply to say something, without reflection and without completely committing myself, my lips spoke the words, "Mein Vater, I stand unreservedly behind you." Hitler did not answer, but he was moved. After brief hesitation he shook hands with me, as he had not done when he received me. His eyes filled with tears, as they so often did nowadays. "Then all is well," he said. He showed plainly how relieved he was. I too was shaken for a moment by his unforeseen rush of feeling. Once again something of the old relationship could be felt between us. I quickly saw a way to profit by the situation. If I stand unreservedly behind you, then you must again entrust me instead of the Gauleiters with the implementation of your decree. He authorized me to draw up a document which he would sign at once, but when we talked about it, he yielded not an iota on the destruction of industrial installations and bridges. And on this note I took my leave. By now it was 1 o'clock at night. In one of the rooms of the Chancellery I drafted my instructions to assure uniform implementation of the Decree of March 19, 1945. In order to avoid any further discussion, I did not even try to undo its provisions. I merely made sure of two things. Implementation will be undertaken solely by the agencies and organs of the Ministry of Armaments and War Production. The Minister of Armaments and War Production may, with my authorization, issue instructions for implementation. He may pass detailed regulations on procedures to the Rhine Defense Commissioners. The decree reads as follows. The Führer's Headquarters, March 30, 1945. To assure uniform implementation of my Decree of March 19, 1945, I hereby order as follows. 1. The orders given for destroying industrial installations are aimed exclusively at preventing the enemy from using these installations and facilities to increase his fighting strength. 2. No measures may be taken which would impair our own fighting strength. Production must be continued up to the last possible moment, even at the risk that a factory may fall into the enemy's hands before it can be destroyed. Industrial installations of all sorts, including food-producing plants, may not be destroyed until they are immediately threatened by the enemy. 3. Although bridges and other transportation installations must be destroyed to deny the enemy their use for a prolonged period, the same effect can be achieved with industrial installations by crippling them lastingly. Total destruction of particularly important plants will be ordered on my instructions by the Minister of Armaments and War Production, e.g., munitions plants, essential chemical plants, etc. 4. The signal for crippling or destroying industrial complexes and other plants will be given by the Gauleiter and Defense Commissioner, who will supervise the process. 5. Implementation will be undertaken solely by the agencies and organs of the Ministry of Armaments and War Production. All the agencies of the party, the state and the armed forces are to assist when needed. The Minister of Armaments and War Production may, with my authorization, issue instructions for implementation. He may pass detailed regulations on procedures to the Reich Defense Commissioners. 6. These guidelines apply to plants and installations in the immediate war zone. Signed, Adolf Hitler. The decree pertained only to industry. The orders for destruction of shipping, railroad installations, communications, and bridges remained in effect. Thus I was reappointed. And I smuggled in one sentence which gave me significant leeway. The same effect can be achieved with industrial installations by crippling them. But to placate Hitler, I added another provision that total destruction of particularly important plants would be ordered by me. I never gave any such orders. Hitler signed this decree in pencil, almost without discussion, after he had made a few corrections in a trembling hand. He showed that he was still on top of the situation by one revision he made in the first sentence of the document. I had framed it as generally as possible, explaining that the purpose of the destructive measures was to prevent the enemy from using these installations and facilities to increase his fighting strength. Seated wearily behind the map table in the Situation Room, Hitler limited it just to the industrial installations. I think Hitler realized that he was making some important concessions. We talked a bit after he affixed his signature, and I found him willing to grant that the scorched earth idea had no point in a country of such small area as Germany. It can only fulfill its purpose in vast spaces such as Russia. I made a note of this point and filed it away. As usual, Hitler's actions were double-edged. That same evening he had ordered the commanders-in-chief to intensify to the most fanatical level the struggle against the enemy who is now in movement. The nature of this struggle permits no consideration for the population to be taken to date. Within the hour I gathered together all available motorcycles, automobiles, and orderlies and descended on the printing plant and the teletype offices, determined to halt, by virtue of my restored authority, the destruction that was already in progress. By 4 o'clock in the morning I was having my implementation orders distributed without, as was provided, bothering with Hitler's authorization. I boldly renewed all my previous instructions on the safeguarding of industrial installations, power plants, gasworks, and waterworks as well as food plants, the same instructions that Hitler had declared invalid on March 19. I promised that detailed instructions for the total destruction of industry would be forthcoming and never issued them. Again, without authorization from Hitler, I ordered 10 to 12 food trains to proceed to the immediate vicinity of the encircled Ruhr area. Together with General Winter of the Wehrmacht Operations Staff, I drew up an edict which was intended to stop the destruction of bridges, but Keitel frustrated this. I made an agreement with SS Obergruppenführer Lieutenant General Frank, who was responsible for the Wehrmacht's stockpiles of clothing and food, to distribute the supplies among the civilian population. Malte Ascher, my representative in Czechoslovakia and Poland, was to prevent the destruction of bridges in Upper Silesia. 9. The next day at Oldenburg I met with Seyss-Inquart, the Commissioner General for the Netherlands. During a pause in the drive I practiced using a pistol, the first time in my life I had ever handled one. After carefully sounding him out, Seyss-Inquart, to my surprise, admitted that he had open communications with the enemy. He did not want to inflict any more damage on Holland, and especially wished to prevent large-scale flooding, which Hitler was planning. I came to a similar agreement with Gauleiter Kaufmann of Hamburg, whom I visited on the way back from Oldenburg. On April 3, immediately after my return, I sent out orders forbidding the blowing up of sluices, locks, dams, and canal bridges. 10. More and more teletype messages of increasing urgency came pouring in requesting special orders for dealing with industrial plants. I answered each of these by ordering that the works be temporarily crippled. Asterisk, for instance, a radio message from Gauleiter Uber read as follows. Radio message Piziano 5/6 834/3/45 to Reich Minister Albert Speer, Berlin W8. Concerning Führer's orders of March 19, I request detailed instructions as to which armaments plants in my Gau are not to be destroyed under any circumstances. Since the military situation is completely fluid, a surprise enemy breakthrough can be expected at any moment. I call your attention to the aircraft factories in Marburg, Speyer, Daimler-Puch Graz, and relocated factories. The fate of the armaments plant in Upper Styria should be determined on the basis of the military situation in the lower Danube region, but I have no information about that. Should the hydroelectric or steam power plants on the Drau and the Mur be destroyed before they can fall into the hands of the enemy and damaged? Your guidelines are only partly applicable here, since there is no definite front line. Signed Gauleiter Uber. My answer read: Berlin, April 3, 1945. To Gauleiter Uber Graz. According to the Führer's orders of March 30, 1945, there is to be no scorched earth. All installations and plants should be crippled so that the enemy will derive no additional military potential from them. In almost every case, expert crippling by engineers will be sufficient and will fulfill the conditions stipulated by the Führer. This applies to the plants mentioned in your cable. The Führer's order of March 30, 1945 was intended to eliminate the varied interpretations that could be attached to the order of March 19, 1945, and to establish as an unequivocal commitment to the method of crippling. Destruction is therefore permissible only if crippling would not achieve the desired effect. In addition, the Führer proclaims, work until the last possible moment. Power plants are to be crippled only. Signed, Speer. Fortunately, in making such decisions I was able to count on support. Dr. Hopfauer, my political deputy, had formed an alliance with the state secretaries of the principal ministries in order to limit the effect of Hitler's policy. One member of his circle was Bormann's deputy Gerhard Klopfer. We had pulled the rug out from under Bormann. His orders were issued into a vacuum, so to speak. During this last phase of the Third Reich he may have dominated Hitler, but outside the headquarters bunker other laws prevailed. Even Ollendorf, the chief of the SD Sicherheitsdienst, the dreaded security service, told me in prison that he had been regularly informed of my actions but had allowed the reports to stop at his desk. Actually, in April 1945, I had the feeling that in collaboration with the state secretaries I was able to do more in my area than Hitler, Goebbels, and Bormann put together. On the military side, I had good relations with General Krebs, the new Chief of Staff, since he had formerly been a member of Model S staff. But even Jodl, Buell, and Braun, the Chief of the Signal Corps, showed an increasing understanding of the real situation. I was aware that if Hitler knew what I was doing, he would have seen it as high treason. I had to assume that this time I would have to pay the full penalty. During these months of playing a double game, I followed a simple principle. I stayed as close to Hitler as possible. Every absence furnished cause for suspicion, but an existing suspicion could be observed or eliminated only by someone who was constantly in his presence. I was not suicidally inclined. I had already set up an emergency hiding place in a primitive hunting lodge 60 miles from Berlin. In addition, Roland was keeping another hiding place ready for me in one of the numerous hunting lodges belonging to Prince F.R. Stemberg. Even in the Situation Conferences at the beginning of April, Hitler was still talking about counter-operations, about attacks upon the Western enemy's exposed flanks. The Allied troops were now beyond Kassel and moving forward at a swift pace toward Eisenach. Hitler continued to send his divisions from one place to the other, a cruel phantom war game. For when I would come back from a visit to the front and check the previous day's movements of our troops on the map, I could only note that I had seen nothing of them in the region I had driven through, and the troops I had passed consisted of soldiers without heavy weapons. I, too, was now daily holding a minor situation conference at which my liaison officer to the General Staff gave me the latest information contrary to an order of Hitler's, incidentally, for he had forbidden the military to brief non-military government authorities on the military situation. Closer was able to tell me with fair exactness from day to day which area would be occupied by the enemy in the next 24 hours. These sober reports had nothing in common with the deliberately misty situation reporting that went on in the bunker underneath the Chancellery. There, nothing was said about evacuations and retreats. It seemed to me that the General Staff under General Krebs had finally abandoned giving Hitler accurate information and had settled for keeping him busy with war games. When, contrary to the situation report of the evening, cities and whole areas proved next day to have already fallen, Hitler remained perfectly calm. Now he no longer flew at the members of his entourage, as he had done only a few weeks before. He seemed resigned. At the beginning of April, Hitler had summoned Field Marshal Kesselring, the Western Commander-in-Chief, to him. By chance I happened to be present at this ridiculous conversation. Kesselring tried to explain the hopelessness of the situation to Hitler. But he had spoken no more than a few sentences when Hitler seized the floor and began lecturing the Field Marshal on how he intended to annihilate the American wedge advancing towards Eisenach by attacking it on the flank with a few hundred tanks. He would create a colossal panic and thus drive the Western enemy back out of Germany again. Hitler went off into long explications of the notorious inability of American soldiers to accept defeats, although the Battle of the Bulge had just proved the opposite. At the time I was angry with Kesselring for agreeing, after only briefly demurring, to these fantasies and entering into a discussion of Hitler's plans with seeming seriousness. But I realized later that there was no point getting excited about battles that would never be fought. At one of the subsequent conferences, Hitler again explained his idea of a flank attack. As dryly as possible I interjected, "If everything is destroyed, the recovery of these areas will do me no good at all." Hitler said nothing. I ventured a step further. "I cannot rebuild the bridges so quickly." Hitler, obviously in a euphoric mood, replied, "Don't you worry, Herr Speer. Not as many bridges have been destroyed as I have ordered." Just as good-humouredly, almost jokingly, I replied that I felt rather odd at being pleased with the disobedience of an order. To my surprise, Hitler was prepared to look at a new decree I had prepared. When I showed Keitel the draft, he lost his temper for a moment. "Why still another change? We already have the demolition order. And no war can be waged without blowing up bridges." Finally, he agreed to my draft, though making minor emendations in the text, and Hitler signed the new instructions. It was now official policy to do no more than cripple transportation and communications facilities and to postpone destroying bridges until the last moment. Once again, 3 weeks before the end, I extracted Hitler's consent to this final statement. With regard to all measures for demolition and evacuation, it must be borne in mind that when lost territories recovered, these installations should be usable for German production. To live, and Hitler did, however, strike out a clause that destruction should be postponed even if the enemy's rapid movement creates the risk that a bridge may fall into his hands before it can be destroyed. That same day, General Pron, the chief of the Signal Corps, revoked his order of March 27, 1945, cancelled all demolition instructions, and even quietly ordered the safeguarding of the stockpiles, since they might be handy after the war for restoring the communications network. Hitler's reason for destroying communications was in any case senseless, he commented, since the enemy carried his own cable and radio stations with him. I do not know whether the transportation chief cancelled his decree on laying waste to all transportation facilities. Keitel, in any case, refused to issue new instructions on the basis of Hitler's latest decree, since this might be subject to further interpretation. 12. Keitel quite rightly took me to task for having created unclear command relationships by eliciting from Hitler his order of April 7. In the 19 days between March 18 and April 7, 1945, no less than 12 contradictory decrees had been issued on this question. But the chaotic command situation made it possible for men of goodwill to limit chaos in the future. 31. The 13th hour. In September, Werner Naumann, State Secretary in the Propaganda Ministry, had invited me to stiffen the will to fight by speaking on the German radio network. Suspecting a trap by Goebbels, I begged off. But now that Hitler had seemingly swung over to my line, I saw a radio address as an opportunity to call upon the public in general to avoid senseless demolitions. As soon as Hitler's April 7 decree was published, I let Naumann know that I would be willing to make his speech, and then drove off to Milch's hunting cottage by secluded Stecklen Lake. In this last phase of the war, we were trying to prepare for whatever might come. In order to be able to defend myself if necessary, I spent some time on the lake shore practicing shooting at a dummy. In between, I worked on my radio speech. By evening, I was satisfied. I was able to hit the dummy several times in rapid succession, and my speech seemed to convey my message without exactly exposing me. Over a glass of wine, I read it aloud to Milch and one of his friends. It is a mistake to believe in the appearance of miraculous secret weapons which will take the place of the full commitment of the individual soldier. I said, among other things, we had not destroyed the industries of the occupied territories, I continued, and now I regarded it as our duty to guard the foundations of civilized life in our own country also. All those overzealous people who refuse to understand this need must be punished with the utmost severity, for, I went on, using the characteristically bombastic language of the time, they are sinning against the most sacred possession of the German people, the source of our nation's vitality. I paid lip service to the theory of recovery in the lost territory, then dwelt a bit on the phrase transportation wasteland, which our chief of transportation had used. The people must do everything in their power to make sure such plans are thwarted. If we act prudently and with common sense in this emergency, supplies can be made to last until the next harvest. I finished my reading. Equably and stoically, Milch commented, the meaning comes out clearly, but the Gestapo will see it too. On April 11, the radio recording truck was already at the door of the ministry, and workmen were laying cable in my office when a telephone call reached me. Come to the Führer and bring the text of the speech with you. I had prepared a special version for the press which blurred the strongest statements, although I fully intended to read the original text aloud. I took the less dangerous version with me. Hitler was sitting in his bunker office having tea with one of his secretaries. A third cup was brought for me. It was a long time since I had sat opposite him and seen him in so intimate and relaxed a mood. He ceremonially adjusted his thin metal-framed glasses, which gave him the look of a school teacher, took a pencil, and after the first few pages began cutting whole paragraphs. Refraining from any discussion, he occasionally remarked in a quite friendly tone, "Let us leave that out," or, "But this passage is superfluous." His secretary freely picked up the pages Hitler laid aside. She read them through and remarked regretfully, "A pity, such a nice speech." Hitler dismissed me amiably with what sounded like a piece of very friendly advice. "Do you make a new draft? **." Sauer told me during our imprisonment in Nuremberg that Hitler had said at the time, Speer is still the best of them all. In the cut version, the speech had lost all point, and unless I had Hitler's approval, I could not use the broadcasting facilities of the Rhine network. Since Naumann, too, did not mention the matter again, I let it be forgotten. In December 1944, the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra gave its last concert of the year. Wilhelm Furtwängler Engler had invited me to come to the conductor's room. With disarming unworldliness, he asked me straight out whether we had any prospect of winning the war. When I replied that the end was imminent, Furtwängler Engler nodded. He had come to the same conclusion. I felt he was in danger, since Bormann, Goebbels, and Himmler had not forgotten many of his frank remarks as well as his defense of the blacklisted composer Hindemith, and I advised him not to return from an impending concert tour in Switzerland. "But what is going to become of my orchestra?" he exclaimed. "I am responsible for it. I promised to look after the musicians during the coming months." Early in April 1945, Gerhard von Westermann, the general manager of the Philharmonic, informed me that on Goebbels' orders the members of the orchestra were to be conscripted in the last call-up for the defense of Berlin. I telephoned Goebbels and gave all the reasons why the musicians should not be drafted into the People's Militia. The propaganda minister reproved me sharply. I alone raised this orchestra to its special level. My initiative and my money made it what it has become, what it represents to the world today. Those who come after have no right to it. It can go under along with us. Remembering the system Hitler had used at the beginning of the war to save favored artists from being drafted, I had Colonel von Poser go to the draft boards and destroy the papers of the Philharmonic musicians. In order to give the orchestra financial support as well, my ministry arranged a few concerts. When Bruckner's Romantic Symphony is played, it will mean the end is upon us, I told my friends. That final concert took place on the afternoon of April 12, 1945. The Philharmonic Hall was unheated, and everyone who wanted to hear this last concert in the imperiled city sat huddled in overcoats. Electricity was usually cut off at the hour of the concert, but for this one day I ordered the current to be kept on so that the hall could be lighted. The Berliners must have wondered. For the beginning I had ordered Brennhilde's last aria, and the finale from G.T. Ted immer a rather pathetic and also melancholy gesture pointing to the end of the Reich. After Beethoven's violin concerto came the Bruckner Symphony, dear to me especially for its architectonic final movement. That was the last music I would hear for a long time to come. When I returned to the ministry, I found a message from the office of the Führer's adjutant to telephone at once. "Where in the world have you been? The Führer has been waiting for you." When I arrived in the bunker, Hitler caught sight of me and rushed toward me with a degree of animation rare in him these days. He held a newspaper clipping in his hand. "Here, read it. Here, you never wanted to believe it. Here it is." His words came in a great rush. "Here we have the miracle I always predicted. Who was right? The war isn't lost. Read it. Roosevelt is dead." He could not calm down. He thought this was proof of the infallible providence watching over him. Goebbels and many others were bubbling over with delight as they exclaimed how right he had been in his reiterated conviction that the tide would turn. Now history was repeating itself, just as history had given a hopelessly beaten Frederick the Great victory at the last moment. The miracle of the House of Brandenburg. Once again the Tsarina had died, the historic turning point had come, Goebbels repeated again and again and again. For a moment this scene stripped the veil from the deceitful optimism of the past several months. Later on, Hitler sat exhausted, looking both liberated and dazed as he slumped in his armchair. But I sensed that he was still without hope. Innumerable fantasies burgeoned in the wake of the news of Roosevelt's death. A few days later, Goebbels suggested to me that since I had so much credit in the bourgeois West, what would I think of using one of our long-range planes to fly to meet Truman, the new American president? But such ideas vanished as rapidly as they cropped up. On yet another of these early days of April, I happened into Bismarck's former sitting room and found Dr. Ley surrounded by a sizable group, among them Schaub and Bormann, several adjutants and orderlies. They came rushing toward me with the news. Death rays have been invented, a simple apparatus that we can produce in large quantities. I've studied the documentation. There is no doubt about it. This will be the decisive weapon. With Bormann nodding confirmation, Ley went on, stuttering as always to find fault with me. But of course your ministry rejected the inventor. Fortunately for us, he wrote to me, but now you personally must get this project going. Immediately. At this moment there is nothing more important. Ley went on to rail at the inadequacy of my organization, which he said was calcified and over-bureaucratized. The whole thing was so absurd that I did not bother to contradict him. "You're absolutely right," I said. "Why don't you take it over personally? I'll be glad to give you all the powers you'll need as Commissioner for Death Rays." Ley was delighted with this proposal. "Of course, I'll take charge of it. In this matter I'll even be glad to act as your subordinate. After all, I started as a chemist." I suggested an experiment, recommending that he use his own rabbits. All too often results were faked by using doctored animals, I said. A few days later I actually received a telephone call from Ley's adjutant. He gave me a list of electrical equipment needed for the experiment. We decided to carry on with this farce. My friend Shen, the head of our entire electrical industry, was told the story and asked to hunt up the devices the inventor wanted. He soon returned and informed me I was able to supply everything except one circuit breaker. We don't have any with the particular circuit breaking speed requested, but the inventor insists on this particular item. Shen continued, laughing. "You want to guess what I've found out? This particular circuit breaker has not been made for about 40 years. It is mentioned in an old edition of the Greeks physics textbook for secondary schools from around 1900. Such wild notions flourished as the enemy approached. In all seriousness, Ley also advanced the following theory. When the Russians overrun us from the east, the torrent of German refugees will be so heavy that it will press upon the west like a migration of the nations, break through, flood the west, and then take possession. Even Hitler mocked such crackpot theories on the part of his Labour leader, but during that last period he liked to have Ley close at hand. In the first half of the month of April, Eva Braun unexpectedly and unbidden arrived in Berlin and declared that she would not leave Hitler's side again. Hitler urged her to return to Munich, and I too offered her a seat in our courier plane, but she obstinately refused, and everyone in the bunker knew why she had come. Figuratively and in reality, with her presence a messenger of death moved into the bunker. Hitler's physician, Dr. Brandt, a permanent member of the Obersalzberg Circle since 1934, had left his wife and child in Thuringia to be rolled over, as the phrase of the day had it, by the Americans. Hitler appointed a summary court-martial, the judges to consist of Goebbels, the youth leader Axmann, and SS General Berger. But Hitler dominated the case, acting both as prosecutor and supreme authority wrapped into one. As it were, he demanded the death penalty and formulated the charges against Brandt, that Brandt had known he could have brought his family safely to Obersalzberg. In addition, there was suspicion that he had sent secret documents to the Americans, using his wife as courier. Hitler's chief secretary of many years burst into tears. "I no longer understand him," she said of Hitler. Himmler came to the bunker and reassured the troubled entourage. Before the court-martial could take place, an important witness had to be interrogated, he told us, and added slyly, "This witness is not going to be found." This incident had placed me in an embarrassing situation also, for on April 6 I had moved my family to an estate in the vicinity of Kappeln in Holstein, far from big cities on the Baltic. Now that had suddenly become a crime. When Hitler had Eva Braun asked me where my family was, I lied, saying that they were on a friend's estate in the vicinity of Berlin. This satisfied Hitler, but he wanted me to promise that we too would go to Obersalzberg when he retreated there. At that time, he still intended to lead the final struggle in the so-called Alpine Redoubt. Even if Hitler left Berlin, Goebbels declared, he wanted to meet his end in Berlin. "My wife and my children are not to survive me. The Americans would only coach them to make propaganda against me." But when I visited Frau Goebbels in Schwanenwerder in the middle of April, I learned that she could not face the thought that her children were to die. Nevertheless, she apparently gave in to her husband's decision. A few days later I proposed to her that at the last moment a barge of our transport fleet be tied up at night at the landing stage of the Goebbels property in Schweinenwerder. She and the children could hide below deck until the barge had been moved to a tributary on the western side of the Elbe. We would supply food enough so that she could remain there for some time undiscovered. After Hitler had stated that he would not survive a defeat, many of his closest associates vied with each other in protesting that there would be nothing left for them but suicide too. But I felt that they had the moral duty to face trial by the enemy. Two of the most successful Air Force officers, Bombach and Galland, worked with me during the last days of the war, developing a weird plan for laying hands on the most important members of Hitler's entourage and preventing them from committing suicide. Every evening we had discovered Bormann lay, and Himmler drove out of Berlin to various suburban villages that were spared air raids. Our plan was simple. When the enemy night bombers dropped white parachute flares, every car stopped and the passengers fled into the fields. Flares fired by signal pistols would undoubtedly produce similar reactions. Then a troop of soldiers armed with submachine guns would overpower the 6-man escort squads. Flares were actually brought to my home, the selection of soldiers discussed, details considered. In the general confusion, it would have been possible to bring the arrested men to a secure place. To my surprise, Dr. Hupfer, Le's former chief assistant, insisted that the coup against Bormann be carried out by party members seasoned by experience at the front. No one in the party was so hated as Bormann, Hupfer said. Gauleiter Kaufmann was claiming the privilege of personally killing the Führer Mephistopheles. But after hearing about these fantastic schemes of ours, General Thomel, Chief of Staff of the Armored Forces, convinced me in a nocturnal conversation on the open road that it was not for us to intervene in the judgment of God. Meanwhile, Bormann was pursuing his own schemes. After Brandt was arrested, I was warned by State Secretary Klopfer that the arrest had been engineered by Bormann and that it was also meant as a blow against me. Bormann evidently thought quite wrongly, by the way, that Brandt was the chief mainstay of my influence with Hitler. Klopfer suggested that I be very careful about making any careless remarks, too. The enemy radio also broadcast several news items that worried me. One story was that I had helped a nephew of mine who had been sentenced by a court-martial for reading some of Lenin's writings to regain his freedom. 3. Another report said that my associate Karl Hetlige, who had always been in bad grace with the party, was on the verge of arrest. And a Swiss newspaper was supposed to have claimed that von Brauchitsch, the former commander-in-chief of the army, and I were the only people with whom the Allies could deal on the terms of a surrender. Perhaps the enemy was deliberately spreading such reports to produce dissension in the leadership. Perhaps they were rumors. During these days of disintegration, the army quietly assigned me several reliable frontline officers armed with submachine guns who took up quarters in my home. For emergencies, they had an 8-wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle ready with which we could presumably have escaped from Berlin. To this day, I have never learned on whose orders or on the basis of what information this was done. The assault on Berlin was imminent. Hitler had already appointed General Reymann to be commandant of the city for the battle. At first, Reymann remained subordinate to General Heinrich, the commander-in-chief of the army group which extended from the Baltic Sea along the Oder River to about 60 miles south of Frankfurt and Der Oder. Heinrich was a man I trusted, for I had known him a long time and only recently he had helped me to surrender the industry of the Ribniker coal basin intact. So when Reymann insisted on preparing every bridge in Berlin for demolition, I drove to Heinrich's headquarters near Prenzlau. That was on April 15, one day before the beginning of the Great Russian Offensive against Berlin. For technical reinforcement I brought with me the Berlin Municipal Superintendent of Roads, Langer, and the Berlin Chief of the Reichsbahn, Beck. At my request, Heinrich ordered Reymann to attend the conference. The two technicians demonstrated that the planned demolitions would mean the death of Berlin. 4. The commandant of the city referred to Hitler's orders to defend Berlin by every possible expedient. I must fight, and therefore I must be able to destroy bridges, but only in the direction of the main blow. Heinrich interjected. No, wherever there is fighting, General Reymann said. I asked whether all the bridges in the center of the city were also to be destroyed if the fighting came down to street battles. Reymann said yes. This was the moment for some platonic reasoning. I had it down to a pattern by now. "Are you going to fight because you believe in victory?" I asked. The general was taken aback for a moment, then he had no choice but to answer this question affirmatively. "If Berlin is thoroughly destroyed," I said, "then industry will be wiped out for the foreseeable future, and without industry the war is lost." General Raymond was in a quandary. He did not know what to do. Fortunately, General Heinrich came to the rescue with specific orders. The explosives were to be removed from the blasting charges on the vital arteries of the Berlin railroad and highway network. Bridges would be blown up only in the actual course of important military actions. Asterisk of 950 bridges in Berlin, 84 were destroyed. Undoubtedly, this favorable result was due in part to Heinrich's attitude. In addition, two of my associates, Langer and Kampf, undertook to disrupt the demolition of bridges even during battles. After our associates had left, Heinrich turned to me again and said privately, "These instructions will assure that no bridges will be destroyed in Berlin, for there will not be any battle for Berlin. If the Russians break through to Berlin, one of our wings will pull out to the north and the other to the south. In the north, we'll base our defense line on the east-west canal systems, but I am afraid that the bridges there will have to go." I understood. "Then Berlin will be taken quickly?" The general agreed, at least without much resistance. The next morning, April 16, I was awakened very early. Lieutenant Colonel von Proser and I wanted to post ourselves on a height above Oderbruch reason to watch the last decisive offensive of this war, the Soviet assault on Berlin. But dense fog prevented us from seeing anything. After a few hours, a forester brought us word that all the troops were retreating and that the Russians would soon be here. So we retreated also. We passed by the great ship elevator of Niederfenno, a technical marvel of the 30s and the key to shipping from the Oder to Berlin. Everywhere along the 120-foot high iron framework demolition charges had been skillfully placed. We could already hear artillery fire some distance away. A lieutenant of the engineers reported that all preparations for demolition had been completed. Here people were still acting on Hitler's demolition order of March 19, and there was considerable relief at von Poser's last-moment instructions to the contrary. But we felt rather discouraged, for obviously the order of April 3, 1945, to leave waterways intact had not reached all the troops. With the communications network going to pieces, it seemed hopeless to send out new instructions via teletype. But General Heinrich's sympathy with my views prompted me to return to my plan of appealing directly to the public and trying to recall people to reason. Amid the confusion of the battles, I hoped Heinrich would be able to place at my disposal one of the radio stations within the territory of his army group. After driving on another 20 miles, Poser and I found ourselves in Goering's animal paradise, the lonely woods of Skofheid. I dismissed my escort, sat down on the stump of a tree, and drafted a rebel speech which I wrote out at one swoop. Only 5 days ago Hitler had censored my official speech to such an extent that it was no longer worth giving. This time I wanted to issue a call for resistance, to bluntly forbid any damage to factories, bridges, waterways, railroads, and communications, and to instruct the soldiers of the Wehrmacht and the militia to prevent demolitions with all possible means, if necessary, by the use of firearms. The speech also called for surrendering political prisoners, which included the Jews, unharmed to the occupying troops, and stipulated that prisoners of war and foreign workers not be prevented from making their way back to their native lands. It prohibited werewolf asterisk. Werewolves were supposed to be guerrilla fighters who would put up last-ditch resistance to the Allied forces in all parts of Germany. The Allies took this threat seriously, but after the war ended, the werewolves proved to be only another fictional creation of the Goebbels propaganda machine. No such resistance ever appeared. Translator's note. Activity and appealed to cities and villages to surrender without a fight. Once again I concluded with rather excessive solemnity that we believe unshakably in the future of our nation, which will remain forever and always. 5. I oppose a hasty note scribbled in pencil to Dr. Richard Fischer, General Manager of the Berlin Electricity Works, to make sure that the supply of current to the most powerful of the German radio stations in Königs Wusterhausen would be continued until it was taken by the enemy. 6. That station, which was regularly broadcasting the werewolf messages, was as its last act supposed to broadcast my speech issuing a ban against werewolf activities. Late that evening I met General Heinrich again. He had meanwhile moved his headquarters back to Damsen. There would be a brief period in which the radio station belonged to the battle zone, and thus would have passed from government authority to that of the army. This was the time for me to give my speech. Heinrich, however, thought that the station would be occupied by the Russians before I finished talking. He proposed that I record the speech on a phonograph record and leave it with him. He would have it broadcast just before the Soviet troops reached the station. But in spite of all LSHN's efforts, no suitable recording apparatus could be located. 2 days later, Gauleiter Kaufmann sent me an urgent message to come to Hamburg. The Navy was preparing to demolish support installations. At a conference in which the chief representatives of industry, the shippers, the port authorities, and the Navy participated, the Gauleiter made so good a case for preservation that the decision was taken to destroy nothing. 7. In a house along the Osten-Alster, I continued my conference with Kaufmann alone. Well-armed students had assumed the task of guarding him. It would be best for you to stay here in Hamburg with us, the Gauleiter urged me. Here you are safe. We can depend on my men in any emergency. Nevertheless, I drove back to Berlin and reminded Hitler that he, who had gone down in the party's history as the conqueror of Berlin, would lose his reputation if he now ended his life as the destroyer of this city. Ludicrous though this remark may sound, it fitted into the framework of ideas that we all shared at the time, particularly Goebbels, for he believed that he would heighten his posthumous fame by committing suicide. We had a situation conference on the evening of April 19. Hitler said that he was acceding to a proposal of Gauleiter Goebbels that all reserves would be committed to fighting the decisive battle outside the capital itself, though at the very gates of Berlin. 32. Annihilation. In the last weeks of his life, Hitler seemed to have broken out of the rigidity which had gradually overcome him during the preceding years. He became more accessible again and could even tolerate the expression of dissent. As late as the winter of 1944, it would have been inconceivable for him to enter into a discussion of the prospects of the war with me. Then, too, his flexibility on the question of the scorched earth policy would have been unthinkable, or the quiet way he went over my radio speech. He was once more open to arguments he would not have listened to a year ago. But this greater softness sprang not from a relaxation of tension. Rather, it was dissolution. He gave the impression of a man whose whole purpose had been destroyed, who was continuing along his established orbit only because of the kinetic energy stored within him. Actually, he had let go of the controls and was resigned to what might come. There was actually something insubstantial about him. But this was perhaps a permanent quality he had. In retrospect, I sometimes ask myself whether this intangibility, this insubstantiality, had not characterized him from early youth up to the moment of his suicide. It sometimes seems to me that his seizures of violence could come upon him all the more strongly because there were no human emotions in him to oppose them. He simply could not let anyone approach his inner being because that coral was lifeless, empty. Now he was shriveling up like an old man. His limbs trembled, he walked stooped, with dragging footsteps. Even his voice became quavering and lost its old masterfulness. Its force had given way to a faltering, toneless manner of speaking. When he became excited, as he frequently did in a senile way, his voice would start breaking. He still had his fits of obstinacy, but they no longer reminded one of a child's temper tantrums, but of an old man's. His complexion was sallow, his face swollen, his uniform, which in the past he had kept scrupulously neat, was often neglected in this last period of life and stained by the food he had eaten with a shaking hand. This condition undoubtedly touched his entourage who had been at his side during the triumphs of his life. I too was constantly tempted to pity him, so reduced was he from the Hitler of the past. Perhaps that was the reason everyone would listen to him in silence when, in the long-since hopeless situation, he continued to commit non-existent divisions or to order units supplied by planes that could no longer fly for lack of fuel. Perhaps that was why no one said a word when he more and more frequently took flight from reality and entered his world of fantasy, when he spoke of the clash between the East and West, which must be on the point of erupting, when he bade us realize that it was inevitable. Although the entourage could scarcely have been blind to the phantasmal character of these ideas, his constant repetitions had some sort of hypnotic effect, as when, for example, he claimed he was now in a position to conquer Bolshevism by the strength of his own personality and in alliance with the West. It sounded believable when he assured us that he was continuing to live only for this turning point, that he personally wished his last hour had come. The very composure with which he looked forward to the end intensified sympathy and commanded respect. In addition, he had again become more amiable and more willing to drop into his private mood. In many ways, he reminded me of the Hitler I had known at the beginning of our association 12 years before, except that he now seemed more shadowy. He centered his amiability on the few women who had been with him for years. For a long time he had shown special liking for Frau Jung, the widow of his servant who had been killed at the front, but he also favored his Viennese diet cook. His longtime secretaries, Frau Wolf and Frau Christian, also formed part of this private circle during the last weeks of his life. For months now he had shown a preference for taking his teas and meals with them. Scarcely any men still belonged among his intimates. I too had long since ceased to be invited to his table. The arrival of Eva Braun also introduced a number of changes in his habits, although it did not put a stop to his probably innocent relations with the other women about him. He must have been motivated by some simple belief that women were more loyal in misfortune than men could be. Indeed, he sometimes seemed to distrust the show of faith by the men of his staff. The exceptions were Bormann, Goebbels, and Ley, whom he seemed still to be sure of. Around the shadowy Hitler the apparatus of command continued to run mechanically. Apparently there was still some momentum here which went on operating even when the motor was running down. This residual force seemed to keep the generals moving along the same track even at the very end, when the radiations of Hitler's pull were beginning to weaken. Keitel, for example, continued to press for the destruction of bridges even when Hitler was now willing to spare them. Hitler must have noticed that the discipline in his entourage was also slackening. Formerly, whenever he had entered a room, everybody had risen until he sat down. Now conversations continued, people remained seated. Servants took their orders from guests, associates who had drunk too much went to sleep in their chairs, and others talked loudly and uninhibitedly. Perhaps he deliberately overlooked such changes. These scenes affected me like a bad dream. They corresponded to the changes which had been taking place for several months in the Chancellor's residence. The tapestries had been removed, the paintings taken down from the walls, the carpets rolled up, and valuable pieces of furniture had been stowed away in an air raid shelter. Stains on the wallpaper, gaps in the furnishings, scattered newspapers, empty glasses and plates, a hat that someone had tossed on a chair, added up to an impression of a place in the midst of moving day. For some time Hitler had abandoned the upper rooms. He claimed that the constant air raids disturbed his sleep and interfered with his ability to work. In the bunker he could at least get some sleep, he said. And so he had converted to an underground life. This withdrawal into his future tomb had, for me, a symbolic significance as well. The isolation of this bunker world, encased on all sides by concrete and earth, put the final seal on Hitler's separation from the tragedy which was going on outside under the open sky. He no longer had any relationship to it. When he talked about the end, he meant his own and not that of the nation. He had reached the last station in his flight from reality, a reality which he had refused to acknowledge since his youth. At the time I had a name for this unreal world of the bunker. I called it the Isle of the Departed. Even during this last period of his life, in April 1945, I still occasionally sat with Hitler in the bunker bent over the building plans for Linz, mutely contemplating the dreams of yesteryear. His study, roofed with more than 16 feet of concrete, then topped with 6 feet of earth, was undoubtedly the safest place in Berlin. When heavy bombs exploded in the vicinity, this massive bunker shook, as it fortunately passed the shock waves onto the sandy soil of Berlin. Hitler would give a start. What had become of the formerly fearless corporal of the First World War? He was now a wreck, a bundle of nerves who could no longer conceal his reactions. Hitler's last birthday was not actually celebrated. Formerly on this day lines of cars had driven up, the honor guard had presented arms, dignitaries of the Reich and of foreign countries had offered their congratulations. Now all was quiet. For the occasion Hitler had, it is true, moved from the bunker to the upper rooms, which in their state of neglect provided a fitting framework to his own lamentable condition. A delegation of Hitler youth who had fought well was presented to him in the garden. Hitler spoke a few words, patted one or another of the boys. His voice was low. He broke off rather abruptly. Probably he sensed that his only convincing role now was as an object of pity. Most of his entourage avoided the embarrassment of a celebration by coming to the military situation conference as usual. No one knew quite what to say. Hitler received the expressions of good wishes coolly and almost unwillingly, in keeping with the circumstances. Shortly afterward we were standing, as we had done so often, in the confined space of the bunker, around the situation map. Hitler had taken his seat facing Göring. The latter, who always made such a point of his attire, had changed his uniform quite remarkably in the past few days. To our surprise, the silver-grey cloth had been replaced by the olive drab of the American uniform. Along with this, his 2-inch wide gold-braided epaulets had given way to simple cloth shoulder strips to which his badge of rank, the golden Reich Marshal S. Eagle, was simply pinned. Like an American general, one of the participants in the conference whispered to me. But Hitler seemed not to notice even this change. The impending attack on the center of Berlin was being discussed. The night before, the idea had been bandied about of not defending the metropolis and, instead, transferring to the Alpine redoubt. But overnight, Hitler had decided to fight for the city in the streets of Berlin. At once, everyone began clamoring that it was essential to shift the headquarters to Obersalzberg, and that now was the last moment remaining. Göring pointed out that only a single north-south route through the Bavarian forest was still in our possession, and that the last escape route to Berchtesgaden might be cut off at any time. Hitler became indignant. How can I call on the troops to undertake the decisive battle for Berlin if at the same moment I myself withdraw to safety? Göring in his new uniform sat pale and sweating opposite him, his eyes wide, as Hitler talked on, whipping himself up by his own rhetoric. I shall leave it to fate whether I die in the capital or fly to Obersalzberg at the last moment. As soon as the situation conference was over and the generals dismissed, Göring turned to Hitler, utterly distraught. He had urgent tasks awaiting him in South Germany. He said he would have to leave Berlin this very night. Hitler gazed absently at him. It seemed to me that he was deeply moved by his decision to remain in Berlin and stake his life on the outcome. With a few indifferent words, he shook hands with Göring, giving no sign that he saw through him. I was standing only a few feet away from the two and had a sense of being present at a historic moment. The leadership of the Reich was splitting asunder. With that, the birthday situation conference ended. Along with the other participants in the conference, I had left the room in the usual informal way, without bidding goodbye to Hitler personally. Ignoring our original intention, Lieutenant Colonel von Poser urged me to leave that very night. The Soviet army had launched the final attack on Berlin and was obviously advancing swiftly. For days all the preparations for our flight had been made. Important baggage had been sent on ahead to Hamburg, and 2 mobile homes belonging to the construction section of the Reichsbahn had been set up at Uten Lake, near Dönitz headquarters in PL. In Hamburg, I once again visited Gauleiter Kaufmann. Like me, he found it beyond understanding that the struggle was being continued at all costs in this situation. Encouraged by these remarks, I gave him the draft of the speech I had written the week before, sitting on that tree stump. I was not sure how he would take it. You ought to deliver the speech. Why haven't you done so yet? After I had explained the difficulties, he suggested, "Won't you give it on our Hamburg station? I can vouch for the technical head of our radio station. At least you can have the speech recorded at the station." 1. That same night, Kaufmann took me to the bunker in which the technical staff of the Hamburg station had set up their headquarters. After passing through deserted rooms to a small recording studio, he introduced me to 2 sound engineers who obviously already knew what I was up to. The thought shot through my head that within a few minutes I would be completely at the mercy of these total strangers. In order to cover myself and perhaps win their complicity, I told them before beginning the speech that afterward they could decide whether they agreed with what I said or whether they wanted to destroy the discs. Then I sat down in front of the microphone and read my speech from the manuscript. The engineers said nothing. Perhaps they were frightened, perhaps convinced by my words, though not to the point of declaring themselves on the matter. At any rate, they raised no objections. Kaufman took the records. I told him the conditions under which he could broadcast this speech without authorization from me. Those conditions throw light on my state of mind in those last days of the Third Reich. If I were murdered at the instigation of political enemies, among whom I chiefly counted Bormann, if Hitler heard of my actions and condemned me to death, if Hitler were dead and his successor continued his desperate policy of annihilation. Since General Highness, I did not intend to defend Berlin. The capture of the city and the end of the regime seemed likely within a few days. In fact, Hitler, as I was informed by SS General Berger and also by Eva Braun, had wanted to take his own life on April 22, but Heinrich I had meanwhile been replaced by General Student, commander of the parachute troops. Hitler regarded him as one of his most energetic officers and felt he could depend upon him all the more in this situation because he thought the man was rather stupid. This change in personnel alone revived his courage. Simultaneously, Keitel and Jodl were commanded to throw all available divisions into the fight for Berlin. At this point I myself had no work. The armaments industry no longer existed. Nevertheless, I was driven about by an intense inner restlessness. For no good reason at all, I decided to spend the night on the estate near Wilsneck where I had spent so many weekends with my family. There I met one of Dr. Brandt's assistants. He told me that Hitler's doctor was now being held prisoner in a villa in a western suburb of Berlin. He described the place, gave me the telephone number, and mentioned that the SS guards were not so very forbidding. We discussed whether I might be able to liberate Brandt in the confusion that must now be gripping Berlin. I also wanted to see Elschen again. I wanted to persuade him to flee from the Russians to the west. These were the reasons that took me to Berlin for the last time. But the far more powerful magnet behind these reasons was Hitler. I wanted to see him one last time, to tell him goodbye. Now I felt as if I had stolen away 2 days before. Was that to be the end of our many years of association? For many days, month after month, we had sat together over our joint plans, almost like co-workers and friends. For many years he had received my family and me at Obersalzberg and had shown himself a friendly, often solicitous host. The overpowering desire to see him once more betrays the ambivalence of my feelings. For rationally I was convinced that it was urgently necessary, although already much too late, for Hitler's life to come to an end. Underlying everything I had done to oppose him in the past months had been the desire to prevent the annihilation that Hitler seemed bent on. What could be greater proof of our antithetical aims than the speech I had recorded the day before, and the fact that I was now awaiting his death impatiently? And yet that very expectation brought out once again my emotional bond to Hitler. My wish to have the speech broadcast only after his death sprang from the desire to spare him the knowledge that I too had turned against him. My feelings of pity for the fallen ruler were growing stronger and stronger. Perhaps many of Hitler's followers had similar emotions during these last days. On the one hand there was sense of duty, oath of allegiance, loyalty, gratitude. On the other hand, the bitterness at personal tragedy and national disaster, both centered around one person, Hitler. To this day I am glad that I succeeded in carrying out my intention to see Hitler one last time. It was right, after 12 years of association, to make this gesture in spite of all antagonisms. At the time, it is true, I acted under an almost mechanical compulsion when I set out from Wilsneck. Before my departure I wrote my wife a few lines, both to encourage her and to let her know that I did not intend to join Hitler in death. About 55 miles from Berlin, a stream of vehicles heading toward Hamburg blocked the entire road. Jalopies and limousines, trucks and delivery vans, motorcycles, and even Berlin fire trucks. It was impossible to thrust on in the face of these tens of thousands of vehicles. It was a mystery to me where all the fuel had suddenly come from. Probably it had been hoarded for months for just this crisis. There was a divisional staff in Kairitz. From there I telephoned the villa in Berlin where Dr. Brandt was being held prisoner, awaiting execution of the death sentence. But on special orders from Himmler, however, he had already been moved to northern Germany. I could not reach Elschen either. Nevertheless, I did not change my decision, but briefly informed one of Hitler's adjutants of the possibility that I would be coming that same afternoon. At divisional staff headquarters I had learned that the Soviet forces were advancing rapidly, but that encirclement of Berlin was not expected for a while. The airport of Gatow on the bank of the Havel might remain in the possession of our troops for some time. Therefore Poser and I went to the large Richlin airport in Mecklenburg, which was used for testing planes. Here I was well known, for I had been present at many flight tests and could count on having a plane placed at my disposal. From this airfield, fighter planes were starting out for low-level attacks on the Soviet troops south of Potsdam. The commandant was willing to have me taken in a training plane to Gatow, where 2 Storks, single-motored reconnaissance planes with low landing speed, would be held in readiness for the second lap of our journey. While last-minute preparations were made, I studied the positions of the Russian forces on the maps at staff headquarters. Escorted by a squadron of fighter planes, we flew southward at an altitude of somewhat over 3,000 feet a few miles from the battle zone. Visibility was perfect. From above, the battle for the capital of the Reich looked innocuous. After an unmolested century and a half, Berlin was once more being conquered by enemy troops, but it all seemed to be taking place in an uncannily peaceful landscape whose roads, villages, and small towns I knew so well from innumerable drives. All that could be seen were brief, inconspicuous flashes from artillery or exploding shells, looking no more impressive than the flare of a match, and burning farm buildings. But on the eastern boundary of Berlin, far off in mist, larger billows of smoke could be discerned. The roar of the motor drowned out the distant noises of battle. The escort squadron flew on to attack ground targets south of Potsdam while we landed in Gatow. The airfield was almost deserted. Only General Christian, who as Jodl's assistant belonged to Hitler's staff, was getting ready to leave by plane. We exchanged a few trivial phrases. Then I and my escort entered the 2 Storks, enjoying the sense of adventure, for we could also have driven by car and skimmed over the same route which I had driven with Hitler on the eve of his 50th birthday. To the surprise of the few drivers on the broad avenue, we landed just in front of the Brandenburg Gate. We stopped an army vehicle and had it drive us to the Chancellery. By this time it was late afternoon. It had taken some 10 hours to cover the 100 miles between Wilsnack and Berlin. It was not at all clear to me if I was running a risk in meeting with Hitler. Moody as he was, I had no idea how he might feel toward me after these 2 days. But in a sense, I no longer cared. Of course I hoped the encounter would turn out all right, but I had also to take a bad outcome into consideration. The Chancellery, which I had built 7 years before, was already under fire from heavy Soviet artillery, but as yet direct hits were relatively rare. The effect of these shells seemed insignificant compared to the rubble that a few American daylight air raids had made of my building during the past few weeks. I climbed over a hurdle of burned beams, walked under collapsing ceilings, and came to the sitting room in which, a few years ago, our evenings had dragged on, where Bismarck had held social gatherings, and where Hitler's adjutant Schob was now drinking brandy in the company of a few people, few of whom I knew. In spite of my telephone call, they had ceased expecting me and were astonished to see me turn up. Schob's cordial welcome was reassuring and seemed to indicate that no one at headquarters knew anything about my Hamburg recording. Then Schob left us to announce my arrival. Meanwhile, I asked Lieutenant Colonel von Poser to enlist the aid of the Chancellery telephone switchboard to locate Elschen and ask him to come to the Chancellery. Hitler's adjutant returned. The Führer is ready to see you. How often in the past 12 years had I been ushered into Hitler's presence with these words? But I was not thinking of that as I descended the 50-odd steps into the bunker, but if I would be ascending them with a whole skin. The first person I met below was Bormann. He came forward to meet me with such unwonted politeness that I began feeling more secure. For Bormann's or Schob's expressions had always been reliable guides to Hitler's mood. Humbly, he said to me, "When you speak with the Führer, he'll certainly raise the question of whether we ought to stay in Berlin or fly to Berchtesgaden, but as high time, he took over the command in South Germany. These are the last hours when it will be possible. You will all persuade him to fly out. One to you." If there were anyone in the bunker attached to his life, it was obviously Bormann, who only 3 weeks earlier had enjoined the functionaries of the party to overcome all weaknesses, to win the victory or die at their posts. 3. I gave a non-committal reply, feeling a belated sense of triumph at his almost imploring manner. Then I was led into Hitler's room in the bunker. In his welcome there was no sign of the warmth with which he had responded a few weeks before to my vow of loyalty. He showed no emotion at all. Once again I had the feeling that he was empty, burned out, lifeless. He assumed that business-like expression which could be a mask for anything, and asked me what I thought about Donitz's approach to his job. I had the distinct feeling that he was not asking about Donitz by chance, but that the question involved his successor. And to this day I think that Donitz liquidated the hopeless legacy that unexpectedly became his lot with more prudence, dignity, and responsibility than Bormann or Himmler would have done. I voiced my favourable impression of the Admiral, now and then enriching my account with anecdotes which I knew would please Hitler. But with the wisdom of long experience, I did not try to influence him in Donitz's favour, for fear that this would drive him in the opposite direction. Abruptly, Hitler asked me, "What do you think? Should I stay here or fly to Berchtesgaden? Jodl has told me that tomorrow is the last chance for that." Spontaneously, I advised him to stay in Berlin. What would he do at Obersalzberg? With Berlin gone, the war would be over in any case, I said. It seems to me better, if it must be, that you end your life here in the capital as the Führer rather than in your weekend house. Once more I was deeply moved. At the time I thought that was a piece of good advice. Actually it was bad, for if he had flown to Obersalzberg, the battle for Berlin would probably have been shortened by a week. That day he said nothing more of an imminent turning point or that there was still hope. Rather apathetically, wearily, and as if it were already a matter of course, he began speaking of his death. "I too have resolved to stay here. I only wanted to hear your view once more." Without excitement, he continued, "I shall not fight personally. There is always the danger that I would only be wounded and fall into the hands of the Russians alive. I don't want my enemies to disgrace my body either. I've given orders that I be cremated. Fräulein Braun wants to depart this life with me, and I'll shoot Blondie beforehand. Believe me, Speer, it is easy for me to end my life. A brief moment and I am freed of everything, liberated from this painful existence." I felt as if I had been talking with a man already departed. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncanny. The tragedy was approaching its end. During the last months I had hated him at times, fought him, lied to him, and deceived him, but at this moment I was confused and emotionally shaken. In this state I confessed to him in a low voice, to my own surprise, that I had not carried out any demolitions but had actually prevented them. For a moment his eyes filled with tears. But he did not react. Such questions, so important to him only a few weeks before, were now remote. Absently, he stared at me as I faltered out my offer to stay in Berlin. He did not answer. Perhaps he sensed that I did not mean it. I have often asked myself since whether he had not always known instinctively that I had been working against him during these past months, and whether he had not deduced this from my memoranda. Also whether by letting me act contrary to his orders he had not provided a fresh example of the multiple strata in his mysterious personality. I shall never know. Just then General Krebs, the Army Chief of Staff, was announced. He had come to give the situation report. Asterisk. Krebs was acting for the Ilkuderian. Hitler had officially assigned the supreme command of the armed forces to Keitel and limited himself to commanding the troops in Berlin. But I had the impression that he did not want to recognize this as a fact. Even as commander of Berlin, Hitler did not leave his bunker. He issued all his orders from his desk. Apparently this meeting on April 23 was what was called a minor situation conference, since neither the commandant of Berlin nor the other troop commanders attended. In that respect, nothing had changed. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces was receiving the situation reports from the fronts as always. Only 3 days before, the situation room in the bunker could hardly hold the crowd of high-ranking officers, commanders of various departments of the Wehrmacht and SS, but now almost all had left in the meantime. Along with Göring, Donitz and Himmler, Keitel and Jodl, Air Force Chief of Staff Koller, and the most important officers of their staffs were now outside of Berlin. Only lower-ranking liaison officers had remained, and the nature of the report had changed. Nothing but vague scraps of news were coming from outside. The Chief of Staff could offer little more than conjectures. The map he spread out in front of Hitler covered only the area around Berlin and Potsdam. But even here, the data on the status of the Soviet advance no longer corresponded with the observations I had made a few hours before. The Soviet troops had long since come closer than the map indicated. To my astonishment, during the conference, Hitler once again tried to make a display of optimism, although he had only just finished talking with me about his impending death and the disposition of his body. On the other hand, he had lost much of his former persuasiveness. Krebs listened to him patiently and politely. Often in the past, when the situation was clearly desperate, but Hitler continued undeterred to conjure up a favorable outcome, I had thought he was the captive of obsessional ideas. Now it became evident that he spoke two languages at once. How long had he been deceiving us? Since when had he realized that the struggle was lost? Since the winter at the gates of Moscow? Since Stalingrad? Since the Allied invasion? Since the Ardennes offensive of December 1944? How much was pretense? How much calculation? But perhaps it was merely that I had just witnessed another of his rapid changes of mood, and that he was being as sincere with General Krebs as he had earlier been with me. The situation conference, which ordinarily went on for hours, was quickly ended. Its very brevity revealed that this remnant of our headquarters was in its death throes. On this day Hitler even restrained from swooping us off into the dream world of providential miracles. We were dismissed with a few words, and left the room in which so dreary a chapter of errors, omissions, and crimes had been played out. Hitler had treated me as an ordinary guest, as if I had not flown to Berlin especially for his sake. We parted without shaking hands, in the most casual manner, as if we would be seeing each other the next day. Outside the room I met Goebbels. He announced, "Yesterday the Führer took a decision of enormous importance. He has stopped the fighting in the West so that the Anglo-American troops can enter Berlin unhindered." Here again was one of those mirages which excited the minds of these men for a few hours and aroused new hopes which as quickly as they had come would be replaced by others. Goebbels told me that his wife and 6 children were now living in the bunker as Hitler's guests, in order, as he put it, to end their lives at this historic site. In contrast to Hitler, he appeared to be in fullest control of his thoughts and emotions. He showed no sign of having settled his accounts with life. By this time it was late afternoon. An SS doctor informed me that Frau Goebbels was in bed, very weak and suffering from heart attacks. I sent word to her asking her to receive me. I would have liked to talk to her alone, but Goebbels was already waiting in an anteroom and led me into the little chamber deep underground, where she lay in a plain bed. She was pale and spoke only trivialities in a low voice, although I could sense that she was in deep agony over the irrevocably approaching hour when her children must die. Since Goebbels remained persistently at my side, our conversation was limited to the state of her health. Only as I was on the point of leaving did she hint at what she was really feeling. "How happy I am that at least Harold, her son by her first marriage, is alive." I too felt confined and could scarcely find words, but what could anyone say in this situation? We said goodbye in awkward silence. Her husband had not allowed us even a few minutes alone for our farewell. Meanwhile, there was a flurry of excitement in the vestibule. A telegram had arrived from Göring, which Bormann hastily brought to Hitler. I trailed informally along after him, chiefly out of curiosity. In the telegram Göring merely asked Hitler whether, in keeping with the decree on the succession, he should assume the leadership of the entire Reich if Hitler remained in Fortress Berlin. But Bormann claimed that Göring had launched a coup d'état. Perhaps this was Bormann's last effort to induce Hitler to fly to Berchtesgaden and take control there. At first, Hitler responded to this news with the same apathy he had shown all day long. But Bormann's theory was given fresh support when another radio message from Göring arrived. I pocketed a copy which in the general confusion lay unnoticed in the bunker. It read, to Reich Minister von Ribbentrop, "I have asked the Führer to provide me with instructions by 10 p.m. April 23. If by this time it is apparent that the Führer has been deprived of his freedom of action to conduct the affairs of the Reich, his decree of June 29, 1941, becomes effective, according to which I am heir to all his offices as his deputy. If by 12 midnight April 23, 1945, you receive no other word either from the Führer directly or from me, you are to come to me at once by air. Signed Göring, Reich Marshal. Here was fresh material for Bormann. Göring is engaged in treason, he exclaimed excitedly. He is already sending telegrams to members of the government and announcing that on the basis of his powers he will assume your office at 12 o'clock tonight, main FHR. Although Hitler had remained calm when the first telegram arrived, Bormann now won his game. Hitler immediately stripped Göring of his rights of succession. Bormann himself drafted the radio message and accused him of treason to Hitler and betrayal of National Socialism. The message to Göring went on to say that Hitler would exempt him from further punishment if the Reich Marshal would promptly resign all his offices for reasons of health. Bormann had at last managed to rouse Hitler from his lethargy. An outburst of wild fury followed in which feelings of bitterness, helplessness, self-pity, and despair mingled. With flushed face and staring eyes, Hitler ranted as if he had forgotten the presence of his entourage. I've known it all along. I know that Göring is lazy. He let the air force go to pot. He was corrupt. His example made corruption possible in our state. Besides, he has been a drug addict for years. I've known it all along. So Hitler had known all that, but had done nothing about it. And then, with startling abruptness, he lapsed back into his apathy. Well, all right, let Göring negotiate the surrender. If the war is lost anyhow, it doesn't matter who does it. That sentence expressed contempt for the German people. Göring was still good enough for the purposes of capitulation. After this crisis, Hitler had reached the end of his strength. He dropped back into the weary tone that had been characteristic of him earlier that day. For years he had overtaxed himself. For years, mastering that immoderate will of his, he had thrust away from himself and others the growing certainty of this end. Now he no longer had the energy to conceal his condition. He was giving up. About half an hour later, Bormann brought in Göring's telegram of reply. Because of a severe heart attack, Göring was resigning all his powers. How often before Hitler had removed an inconvenient associate not by dismissal, but by an allegation of illness, merely to preserve the German people's faith in the internal unity of the top leadership. Even now, when all was almost over, Hitler remained true to this habit of observing public decorum. Only now, at the very last hour, had Bormann reached his goal. Göring was eliminated. Possibly Bormann also was aware of Göring's failings, but he had hated and now overthrown the Reich Marshal solely because he had held too much power. In a way I felt sympathy for Göring at this time. I recalled the conversation in which he had assured me of his loyalty to Hitler. The brief thunderstorm staged by Bormann was over. A few bars of GT Third Emerung had sounded and faded. The supposed Hagen had left the stage. To my surprise, Hitler was amenable to a request of mine, though I made it with considerable trepidation. Several Czech managers of the Skoda works were expecting an unpleasant fate from the Russians because of their collaboration with us. They were probably right about that. On the other hand, because of their former relations with American industry, they were placing their hopes of safety on flying to American headquarters. A few days before, Hitler would have strictly outlawed any such proposal. But now he was prepared to sign an order waiving all formalities so that the men could fly to safety. While I was discussing this point with Hitler, Bormann reminded him that Ribbentrop was still waiting for an audience. Hitler reacted nervously. I've already said several times that I don't want to see him. For some reason the idea of meeting Ribbentrop annoyed him. Bormann insisted. Ribbentrop has said he won't move from the threshold, that he'll wait there like a faithful dog until you call him. This figure of speech softened Hitler. He of Ribbentrop summoned. They talked alone. Apparently Hitler told him about the escape plan of the Czech managers. But even in this desperate situation, the foreign minister fought to defend his jurisdictional rights. In a corridor he grumbled to me, "That is a matter for the Foreign Office." In a somewhat milder tone he added, "In this particular case I have no objection if the document will say At the suggestion of the foreign minister, I added these words. Ribbentrop was content, and Hitler signed the paper. This was, so far as I know, Hitler's last official dealing with his foreign minister. In the meantime, my paternal adviser of the past few months, Friedrich L. Schenn, had arrived at the Chancellery. But all my efforts to persuade him to leave Berlin remained vain. We told each other goodbye. Later, in Nuremberg, I learned that he had committed suicide after the fall of Berlin. Toward midnight, Eva Braun sent an SS orderly to invite me to the small room in the bunker that was both her bedroom and living room. It was pleasantly furnished. She had had some of the expensive furniture which I had designed for her years ago brought from her 2 rooms in the upper floors of the Chancellery. Neither the proportions nor the pieces selected fitted into the gloomy surroundings. To complete the irony, one of the inlays on the doors of the chest was a 4-leaf clover incorporating her initials. We were able to talk honestly, for Hitler had withdrawn. She was the only prominent candidate for death in this bunker who displayed an admirable and superior composure. While all the others were abnormal, exaltedly heroic like Goebbels, bent on saving his skin like Bormann, exhausted like Hitler, or in total collapse like Frau Goebbels, Eva Braun radiated an almost gay serenity. How about a bottle of champagne for our farewell, and some sweets I am sure you haven't eaten in a long time? I was touched by her concern. She was the first person to think that I might be hungry after my many hours in the bunker. The orderly brought a bottle of Moet et Chandon, cake, and sweets. We remained alone. You know, it was good that you came back once more. The Führer had assumed you would be working against him, but your visit has proved the opposite to him, hasn't it? I did not answer that question. Anyhow, he liked what you said to him today. He has made up his mind to stay here, and I'm staying with him. And you know the rest, too, of course. He wanted to send me back to Munich, but I refused. I've come to end it here. She was also the only person in the bunker capable of humane considerations. Why do so many more people have to be killed? She asked. And it is all for nothing. Incidentally, you almost came too late. Yesterday the situation was so terrible it seemed the Russians would quickly occupy all of Berlin. The Führer was on the point of giving up, but Goebbels talked to him and persuaded him, and so we're still here. She went on talking easily and informally with me, occasionally bursting out against Bormann, who was pursuing his intrigues up to the last. But again and again she came back to the declaration that she was happy here in the bunker. By now it was about 3 o'clock in the morning. Hitler was awake again. I sent word that I wanted to bid him goodbye. The day had worn me out, and I was afraid that I would not be able to control myself at our parting. Trembling, the prematurely aged man stood before me for the last time, the man to whom I had dedicated my life 12 years before. I was both moved and confused. For his part, he showed no emotion when we confronted one another. His words were as cold as his hand. So, you're leaving? Good, auf Wiedersehen. No regards to my family, no wishes, no thanks, no farewell. For a moment I lost my composure, said something about coming back. But he could easily see that it was a white lie, and turned his attention to something else. I was dismissed. 10 minutes later, with hardly another word spoken to anyone, I left the Chancellor's residence. I wanted to walk once more through the neighbouring chancellery, which I had built. Since the lights were no longer functioning, I contented myself with a few farewell minutes in the court of honour, whose outlines could scarcely be seen against the night sky. I sensed rather than saw the architecture. There was an almost ghostly quiet about everything, like a night in the mountains. The noise of a great city, which in earlier years had penetrated to here even during the night, had totally ceased. At rather long intervals I heard the detonations of Russian shells. Such was my last visit to the Chancellery. Years ago I had built it full of plans, prospects, and dreams for the future. Now I was leaving the ruins of my building and of the most significant years of my life. How was it? Poser asked. Thank God, I don't have to play the part of a Prince Max of Baden, Prince Max of Baden was appointed Imperial Chancellor at the end of the First World War. In that capacity he declared the Kaiser's abdication, negotiated the armistice, and turned the government of Germany over to the socialists, for all of which acts he was much criticized. Translator's note. I answered with relief. I had correctly interpreted Hitler's coolness at our parting, for 6 days later, in his political testament, he excluded me and appointed Sauer, his favorite for some time, as my successor. The road between the Brandenburg Gate and the Victory Column had been converted into runway by the use of red lanterns. Labour squads had filled the holes from the latest shell hits. We started without incident. I saw shadow rush by the right side of the plain, the Victory Column. Then we were in the air and undisturbed. In and around Berlin we saw many large fires, the flashes of artillery, flares that looked like fireflies. Still, the scene could not be compared with that produced by a single heavy air raid on Berlin. We headed toward a gap in the ring of artillery fire, where the darkness was still tranquil. Toward 5 o'clock, with the first glimmers of dawn, we arrived back at the Richland airfield. I had a fighter plane ready to deliver the Führer's order concerning the Skoda managers to Karl Hermann Frank, Hitler's deputy in Prague. I never did find out if the messenger arrived, since I wanted to avoid being chased along the roads by low-level English fighters. I postponed driving to Hamburg until evening. Himmler, I heard at the airfield, was staying only 25 miles away at the hospital that had sheltered me a year before under such curious circumstances. We decided to visit him, landing in our stock on a nearby field. Himmler was quite surprised to see me. He received me in the very room where I had lain during my illness, and to make the situation even more grotesque, Dr. Gebhardt was also present. As always, Himmler displayed that special brand of cordiality toward a fellow official which effectively cut off all intimacy. He was interested chiefly in my experiences in Berlin. Undoubtedly he had heard of Hitler's treatment of Göring by now, but he passed over it. And even when I somewhat hesitantly told the story of Göring's resignation, he maintained that it meant nothing. Göring is going to be the successor now. We've long had an understanding that I would be his premier. Even without Hitler, I can make him chief of state. You know what he is like, he added with a conniving smile and without the slightest embarrassment. Naturally, I'll be the one to make the decisions. I've already been in touch with various persons I mean to take into my cabinet. Keitel is coming to see me shortly. Perhaps Himmler assumed that I had come to see him to wheedle a post in his new government. The world in which Himmler was still moving was fantastic. Europe cannot manage without me in the future either, he commented. It will go on needing me as Minister of Police. After I've spent an hour with Eisenhower, he'll appreciate the fact they'll soon realize that they're dependent on me, for they'll have a hopeless chaos on their hands. He spoke of his contacts with Camp Bernadotte, which involved transfer of the concentration camps to the International Red Cross. Now I understood why I had seen so many parked Red Cross trucks in the Sachsenwald near Hamburg. Earlier, they had always talked about liquidating all political prisoners before the end. Now Himmler was trying to strike some private bargains with the victors. Hitler himself, as my last talk with him had made apparent, had put such ideas far behind him. Finally, Himmler after all held out a faint prospect of my becoming a minister in his government. For my part, with some sarcasm I offered him my plans so that he could pay a farewell visit to Hitler. But Himmler waved that aside. He had no time for that now, he said. Unemotionally, he explained, now I must prepare my new government, and besides, my person is too important for the future of Germany for me to risk the flight. The arrival of Keitel put an end to our conversation. On my way out I heard the field marshal, in the same firm voice with which he so frequently addressed high-flown sentimental declarations to Hitler, now assuring Himmler of his unconditional loyalty and announcing that he was entirely at his disposal. That evening I returned to Hamburg. The Gaull later offered to have my speech to the people broadcast by the Hamburg station at once, that is, even before Hitler's death. But as I thought of the drama that must be taking place during these days, these very hours, in the Berlin bunker, I realized that I had lost all urge to continue my opposition. Once more Hitler had succeeded in paralyzing me psychically. To myself, and perhaps to others, I justified my change of mind on the grounds that it would be wrong and pointless to try to intervene now in the course of the tragedy. I said goodbye to Kaufmann and set out for Schleswig-Holstein. We moved into our trailer on Newton Lake. Occasionally I visited Donitz or members of the general staff, who like me were at a standstill awaiting further developments. Thus, I happened to be present on May 1, 1945, when Donitz was handed the radio message ***. The first radio message, dated April 30, 1945, 6:35 p.m., read: Ran Admiral Donitz. In place of the former Reich Marshal Göring, the Führer has designated you as his successor. Written authorization on the way. Immediately take all measures required by the present situation. Bormann. The radio message sent on May 1, 1945 at 3:18 p.m. read: Grand Admiral Donitz, top secret, only via officer. Führer deceased yesterday at 3:30 p.m. Testament of April 29 appoints you Reich President, Minister Goebbels Chancellor, Reich Leiter Bormann Party Minister, Minister Sesekor Foreign Minister. On the Führer's instructions, the testament sent out of Berlin to you and to Field Marshal Speer to assure its preservation for the people. Reich Leiter Bormann will try to get to you today to orient you on the situation. The form and time of announcement to the troops and public are left to you. Confirm receipt. Goebbels Bormann, significantly curtailing his rights as Hitler's successor. Hitler had appointed the cabinet for the new president of the Reich. Goebbels was Chancellor, Sesencourt, Foreign Minister, and Bormann, Party Minister. Along with this message came one from Bormann announcing that he would be coming to see Donitz shortly. This is utterly impossible, Donitz exclaimed, for this made a farce of the powers of his office. Has anyone else seen the radio message yet? Except for the radio man and the Admiral's adjutant, LDD Neurath, who had taken the message directly to his chief, no one had. Donitz then ordered that the radio man be sworn to silence and the message locked up and kept confidential. What will we do if Bormann and Goebbels actually arrive here? Donitz asked. Then he continued resolutely, I absolutely will not cooperate with them in any case. That evening we both agreed that Bormann and Goebbels must somehow be placed under arrest. Thus Hitler forced Donitz, as his first official function, to commit an act of illegality, concealing an official document. Asterisk. Strictly speaking, Donitz could not claim that his succession to Hitler was constitutionally legal, since the constitution of the German Reich would have required an election. Rather, his legitimacy as Hitler's successor was based on his predecessor's charisma, a fact which Donitz confirmed in his public acts by constantly invoking Hitler's last will and testament. Thus, this first official act of Donitz's was illegal only insofar as he was disregarding an important aspect of Hitler's testament after first assenting to it by accepting the functions of the office. Hitler's idea of imposing his choices of cabinet ministers on his successor was, by the way, one of the most absurd inspirations of his career as a statesman. Again, he failed to make clear, as in other cases during the past years, who was to have the ultimate decision-making power, the Chancellor rather than his cabinet or the President. According to the letter of the testament, Donitz could not dismiss the Chancellor or any of the ministers, even if they proved unfit for office. This was the last link in a chain of deceptions, betrayals, hypocrisies, and intrigues during those days and weeks. Himmler had betrayed his Führer by negotiations. Bormann had carried off his last great intrigue against Göring by playing on Hitler's feelings. Göring was hoping to strike a bargain with the Allies. Coffin had made a deal with the British and was willing to provide me with radio facilities. Keitel was hiring out to a new master while Hitler was still alive, and I myself, finally, had in the past months deceived the man who had discovered me and furthered my career. I had even at times considered how to kill him. All of us fell forced to these acts by the system which we ourselves represented, and forced also by Hitler, who for his part had betrayed us all, himself and his people. On this note the Third Reich ended. On the evening of that May 1, when Hitler's death was announced, I slept in a small room in Donitz's quarters. When I unpacked my bag, I found the red leather case containing Hitler's portrait. My secretary had included it in my luggage. My nerves had reached their limit. When I stood the photograph up, a fit of weeping overcame me. That was the end of my relationship to Hitler. Only now was the spell broken, the magic extinguished. What remained were images of graveyards, of shattered cities, of millions of mourners, of concentration camps. Not all these images came into my mind at this moment, but they were there, somehow present in me. I fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. 2 weeks later, staggered by the revelations of the crimes in the concentration camps, I wrote to the chairman of the ministerial cabinet, Train Krosigk. The previous leadership of the German nation bears a collective guilt for the fate that now hangs over the German people. Each member of that leadership must personally assume his responsibility in such a way that the guilt which might otherwise descend upon the German people is expiated. With that, there began a segment of my life which has not ended to this day. Epilogue 33. Stations of imprisonment. Karl Dönitz, the new chief of state, was still caught up in the ideas of the National Socialist regime, just as I was, and more than either of us imagined. For 12 years we had served that regime. We thought it would be cheap opportunism now to make a sharp turn about. But the death of Hitler broke that mental bind which had for so long warped our thinking. For Dönitz this meant that the objectivity of the trained military officer came to the fore. From the moment he took over, Dönitz held that we should end the war as quickly as possible, and that once this task was done, our work was over. On that very May 1, 1945, one of the first military conferences took place between Dönitz as the new commander-in-chief of the armed forces and Field Marshal Ernst Busch. Busch wanted to attack the superior British forces advancing on Hamburg, while Dönitz was against any offensive measures. All that should be done, he said, was to keep the way to the west open as long as possible for the refugees from the east. Columns of them were blocked near Elbeck. A delaying action by the German troops in the west should be continued only to allow the flow to continue, Dönitz said. Busch made a great to-do about the Grand Admiral S no longer acting in Hitler's spirit. But Dönitz was no longer moved by such exhortations. The day before, in a dispute with the new chief of state, Himmler had been made to understand that there was no place for him in the new government. Nevertheless, the next day he turned up and announced at Dönitz's headquarters. It was around noon, and Dönitz invited Himmler and me to dine with him, though not out of any special friendliness. However much he disliked Himmler, Dönitz would have regarded it as discourteous to treat a man who had so recently held so much power with contempt. Himmler brought the news that Gauleiter Kaufmann intended to surrender Hamburg without a fight. A leaflet addressed to the populace was now being printed, Himmler said, to prepare the way for the impending entrance of British troops into the city. Dönitz was angry. If everyone acted on his own, he said, his assignment no longer had any point. I offered to drive to Hamburg to talk with Kaufmann. Kaufmann, well protected in his headquarters by his bodyguard of students, was no less agitated than Dönitz. The commandant of the city had received orders to fight for Hamburg, he told me. But the British had issued an ultimatum that if Hamburg were not surrendered, they would order the heaviest bomb in the city had ever received. Am I supposed to follow the example of the Gauleiter of Bremen? Kaufmann continued. He issued a proclamation calling on the people to defend themselves to the last, and then cleared out while the city was demolished by a frightful air raid. He was so determined to prevent a battle for Hamburg, Kaufmann told me that if necessary he would mobilize the masses to active resistance against the defenders of the city. I telephoned Dönitz and told him of the threat of open rebellion in Hamburg. Dönitz asked time to consider. About an hour later he issued the order to the commandant to surrender the city without a fight. On April 21, at the time I was recording my speech at the Hamburg radio station, Kaufmann had proposed that the two of us let ourselves be taken prisoner together. Now he renewed this offer, but I rejected this idea, as I also did the plan for a temporary flight which our champion dive bomber pilot, Werner Bomber, had earlier suggested to me. Bomber had the use of a long-range full-motored seaplane which throughout the war had plied between northern Norway and a German weather station in Greenland to supply the station with provisions. Bomber proposed that we use it to take me and a few friends to one of the many quiet bays of Greenland for the first few months after the occupation of Germany. Boxes of books were already packed, as well as medicines, writing materials, and a great deal of paper, for I wanted to start on my memoirs without delay. We would also take along rifles, my felt boat, skis, tents, hand grenades for fishing, and food. Asterisk. In those days Greenland seemed so distant and isolated that even intensive air reconnaissance scarcely seemed a real threat. The supply planes for these weather stations could carry enough fuel to fly to England, where we planned to turn ourselves in late in the fall of 1945. Ever since seeing the Yiddish film SOS Iceberg, I had dreamed of a lengthy vacation in Greenland. But since Dönitz was now head of the government, I cancelled this plan, with its combination of panic and rank romanticism. Burning oil trucks and automobiles shot up only minutes before lay by the side of the road, with English fighter planes flying overhead, as I drove back to Uten Lake. In Schleswig the traffic was heavier, a jumble of military vehicles, civilian cars, columns of people on foot, some soldiers, some civilians. When I was occasionally recognized, no one said anything angry. There was an air of friendly, regretful constraint about the way people greeted me. I arrived at the headquarters in PLN on the evening of May 2. Dönitz had already moved to Flensburg to evade the rapidly advancing British troops. But I met Keitel and Jodl, who were on the point of leaving to join their new master. Dönitz had taken up quarters on the passenger ship Petra. We had breakfast together in the captain's cabin, and there I presented him with an edict prohibiting the destruction of any facilities, including bridges. He promptly signed it. Thus I had achieved at last every point of the program I had demanded of Hitler on March 19, although it was now far too late. Dönitz at once saw the merit of my making a speech urging the German people in the areas already captured by the enemy to hurl all their energies into reconstruction. The speech was intended to counteract the lethargy which has come over the people as a result of the paralyzing horror and the immeasurable disillusionment of recent months. All Dönitz asked was that I show the speech to Schwerin-Krosigk, the new foreign minister, at the present headquarters of the government, the naval school at Arwick near Flensburg. Schwerin-Krosigk also agreed to the broadcast if I would add a few sentences to explain the present policy of the government. He dictated these to me. Asterisk. It was an abridged version of the speech I had recorded at the Hamburg radio station on April 21, 1945. The addition requested by Schwerin-Krosigk read, "Only for this reason, to avoid casualties in the civilian population, does the Grand Admiral feel compelled to continue the fighting. The sole purpose of the struggle which is still being waged is to prevent the Germans fleeing from the Soviet armies, or threatened by them, from perishing. This last obligation in Germany's heroic struggle is what our people, who have borne all the sufferings of this war so gallantly, must now assume." The only stations in our possession which could still broadcast, Copenhagen and Oslo, were hooked in when I read the speech in the Flensburg studio. When I stepped out of the broadcasting studio, I found Himmler waiting for me. We still held valuable territories such as Norway and Denmark. He reminded me self-importantly territories which we could regard as pledges for our security. These were of sufficient importance to the enemy so that we could negotiate concessions for ourselves in exchange for the assurance that we would surrender them intact. My speech suggested that we would hand over these areas without a fight and without asking anything in return. It was consequently a harmful speech, Himmler argued. He then surprised Keitel by proposing that a censor be installed to pass on all public announcements of the government. He himself would be glad to assume this task. But that same day Dönitz had already rejected similar suggestions from Terboven, Hitler's governor in Norway. On May 6, Dönitz signed an order prohibiting demolitions of any kind in the still occupied territories, parts of Holland and Czechoslovakia, Denmark and Norway. This was the final rejection of any policy of pledges, as Himmler called it. In the same spirit, the Grand Admiral said no to any plan to transfer himself and the new government to Denmark or Prague, despite the fact that Flensburg might be occupied by the British any day. Himmler in particular felt drawn to Prague. An old imperial city, he urged, was more fitting as the headquarters of a government than historically insignificant Flensburg. He omitted to add that by moving to Prague we would be passing from the sphere where the Navy held power into the sphere of the SS. Dönitz finally cut off the discussion by stating flatly that we would certainly not continue our activities beyond the German borders. If the British want to capture us here, let them do it. Himmler then began pressing Bomba, who had been placed in charge of the government air squadron, to provide him with a plane so that he could escape to Prague. Baumgartner and I decided that we would land him on an airfield already held by the enemy. But Himmler's intelligence service was still functioning. "When people fly in your planes," he snarled at Baumgartner, "they don't know where they're going to land." A few days later, as soon as communications with Field Marshal Montgomery had been established, Himmler gave Jodl a letter asking him to have it passed on to Montgomery. As General Kinzel, the liaison officer to the British forces, told me, Himmler asked for an interview with the British Field Marshal under safe conduct. Should he be taken prisoner, he wanted it established that by the laws of war he had a right to be treated as a high-ranking general since he had been commander-in-chief of the Vistula Army Group. But this letter never arrived. Jodl destroyed it, as he told me in Nuremberg. As happens in critical situations, those days revealed the characters of men. Gauleiter Kokovi's Prussia, at one time Reich Commissioner for the Ukraine, arrived in Flensburg to demand a submarine so that he could escape to South America. Gauleiter Loos made the same demand. Dönitz flatly refused. Rosenberg, now the oldest Reichsleiter of the National Socialist Party, wanted to dissolve the party. He alone had the right to issue such an order, he declared. A few days later, he was found almost lifeless in Marwick. He spoke of having poisoned himself, and a suicide attempt was suspected, but it turned out that he was merely drunk. On the other hand, some manifested courageous attitudes. A good many of the leaders refrained from disappearing into the masses of refugees swarming into Holstein. Seyss-Inquart, the Reich Commissioner for the occupied Netherlands, rowed a PT boat through the enemy blockade at night to confer with Dönitz's enemy, but he refused the chance to remain at the seat of government and returned to Holland in his PT boat. "My place is there," he said mournfully. "I'll be arrested immediately after my return." On May 4 came the armistice in northwest Germany, followed 3 days later, on May 7, 1945, by the unconditional surrender in all the theatres of war. A day later, that capitulation was again solemnly sealed by the signatures of Keitel and 3 representatives of the branches of the Wehrmacht at the Soviet headquarters in Karlshorst, near Berlin. After the signing, the Soviet generals, whom Goebbels' propaganda had always represented as barbarians without manners or knowledge of civilized conduct, served the German delegation a good meal, complete with champagne and caviar, as Keitel told us. On May 6, 1945, the Berliner Zeitung printed a report from Tchaikovsky's headquarters. After the signing, Keitel and his companions were treated to caviar, vodka, and champagne in the villa placed at their disposal. The meal differed in no respect from the Allies' banquet. Keitel obviously had no feeling that after such a step, which meant the end of the Reich and imprisonment for millions of soldiers, it would have been in better taste to refuse the champagne on the victor's table and have taken only what was necessary to still the pangs of hunger. His gratification at this gesture on the part of the victors testified to a sad lack of dignity and sense of decorum. But after all, it had already been much the same at Stalingrad. The British troops encircled Flensburg. There was now only a tiny enclave in which our government still had executive authority. Their Control Commission for the OKW, under Major General Rooks, installed itself on the Patria and soon began functioning as a liaison office to the Dönitz government. To my mind, the capitulation meant that the Dönitz government had done its job in bringing the lost war to an end. On May 7, 1945, I proposed that we issue a last proclamation to the effect that since we no longer had any freedom of action, all we could do was to wind up such matters that had arisen out of the surrender. We expect that the enemy will nevertheless call us to account for our former activities exactly like all the other responsible members of the National Socialist regime. In making this remark, I wanted to forestall any misinterpretation of our gesture. 1. However, State Secretary Stuckart, now heading the Ministry of the Interior, took a different view. He wrote a memorandum stating that Dönitz, as chief of state and legitimate successor to Hitler, had no right to surrender his position. He must hold it so that the continuity of the German Rhine would be preserved and the legitimacy of future governments would not be imperiled. Dönitz, though at first more disposed to follow my line, agreed with Stuckart. Thus, the continuance of his government was assured for a whole 15 days more. The first British and American newspapermen arrived, and each of their stories aroused unrealistic hopes of the most varied kind. Simultaneously, SS uniforms vanished. Overnight, Wegener, Stuckart, and Ollendorf had become civilians. Gebhard, Himmler's intimate, actually transformed himself into a Red Cross general. Moreover, a government structure began to arise as a consequence of its members having nothing to do. Dönitz, in the old fashion of Imperial Germany, appointed a chief of the military cabinet, Admiral Wagner, and a chief of the civilian cabinet, Gauleiter Wegener. After some debate, it was resolved that the chief of state would continue to be addressed by the title of Grand Admiral. An information service was set up. An old radio set provided the latest news. Even one of Hitler's big Mercedes limousines had found its way to Flensburg and served to convey Dönitz to his home wall of 500 yards from the offices of the government. A photographer from Heinrich Hoffmann's studio appeared to take pictures of the new government at work. I remarked to Dönitz's adjutant that the tragedy was turning into a tragicomedy. Correctly, as Dönitz had acted up to the capitulation, and sensibly as he had worked to bring the war to a quick end, he was now complicating everything and our situation in a totally confusing manner. 2 members of the new government, Ministers Backe and Oppenmüller, had vanished without a trace. Rumor said they had been taken to Eisenhower's headquarters to begin drafting measures for the reconstruction of Germany. Field Marshal Keitel, still chief of the High Command of the Armed Forces, was taken prisoner. Our government was not only impotent, the victors did not deign to notice it. We composed memoranda in a vacuum, trying to offset our unimportance by sham activity. Every morning at 10 a cabinet meeting took place in the so-called cabinet room, our former schoolroom. It looked as if Schwerin-Krosigk was trying to make up for all the cabinet meetings that had not been held during the past 12 years. We used a painted table and chairs collected from around the school. At one of these sessions, the acting Minister of Food brought a few bottles of rye from his stores. We fetched glasses and cups from our rooms and discussed how to reshuffle the cabinet to bring it in line with the changing times. A hot debate arose over the question of adding a minister for churches to the cabinet. A well-known theologian was proposed for the post, while others regarded Pastor Niemöller as the best candidate. After all, the cabinet ought to be made socially acceptable. My tart suggestion that a few leading Social Democrats and Liberals be brought forth to take over our functions went unnoticed. The Food Minister's stocks helped to lighten the mood of the meeting. We were, I thought, well on the way to making ourselves ridiculous, or rather, we already were ridiculous. The seriousness that had prevailed in this building during the surrender had vanished. On May 15, I wrote Schwerin-Krosigk that the government of the Reich must consist of people who could enjoy the confidence of the Allies, the composition of the cabinet must be changed and the closer associates of Hitler replaced. Moreover, I said, it was as foolish to entrust an artist with paint of deaths as in the past to put a champagne salesman in charge of the foreign ministry. I asked to be relieved of the affairs of the Minister of Economics and Production. I received no reply. After the capitulation, subordinate officers of the American and British forces turned up here and there and moved around unabashed in rooms where our seat of government was located. One day in the middle of May, an American lieutenant appeared in my room. "Do you know where Speer is?" he asked. When I identified myself, he explained that American headquarters was accumulating data on the effects of the Allied bombings. Would I be willing to provide information? I said I would. A few days earlier, the Duke of Holstein had offered me the castle of Geisberg, several miles from Flensburg, as quarters for me and my family. That same day I sat in the 16th century castle, built out into the water, with several civilians of my age belonging to the USPS, the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, who were attached to Eisenhower's staff. We discussed the mistakes and peculiarities of the bombings on both sides. The next morning, my adjutant reported that many American officers, including a high-ranking general, had arrived at the entrance to the castle. Our guard of soldiers from a German armored force presented arms, asterisk even after the ceasefire. The German troops around Dönitz's government seat were allowed to bear light arms. At this meeting I stated, according to the minutes for May 19, 1945, that I have no need of collecting credits in order to avert misinterpretations of my actions. The political aspects will be examined by other quarters. and so under the protection of German arms, as it were. General F. L. Anderson, commander of the bombers of the American 8th Air Force, entered my apartment. He thanked me in the most courteous fashion for taking part in these discussions. For 3 days more we went systematically through the various aspects of the war in the air. On May 19, Chairman Franklin D. Ollier of the USPS, along with his Vice Chairman Henry C. Alexander, and his assistants Dr. Galbraith, Paul Nitze, George Bull, Colonel Gilchrist, and Williams, visited. From my own work I could appreciate the great importance of this division for the American military operations. During the next several days an almost comradely tone prevailed in our university of bombing. It came to a sudden end when Goring ate champagne breakfast with General Patton produced banner headlines all over the world. But before that happened, General Anderson paid me the most curious and flattering compliment of my career. Had I known what this man was achieving, I would have sent out the entire American 8th Air Force merely to put him underground. That Air Force had at its disposal more than 2,000 heavy daylight bombers. It was lucky General Anderson found out too late. The place where my family was staying was 25 miles from GLCKSburg. Since the worst that could happen was that I would be arrested a few days earlier, I drove out of the enclave around Flensburg, and thanks to the careless unconcern of the British reached the occupied zone without trouble. The British soldiers who were strolling in the streets paid no attention to my car. Heavy tanks stood in the villages, their cannon protected by canvas hoods. So I arrived safely at the door of the country house where my family was staying. We were all delighted at this prank, which I was able to repeat several times, but perhaps I strained British nonchalance too much after all. On May 21, I was taken back to Flensburg and my car unlocked in a room at Secret Service headquarters, watched over by a soldier with an automatic rifle on his knees. After a few hours I was released. My car had vanished. The British took me back to GLCKSburg in one of their cars. Early in the morning 2 days later my adjutant came rushing into my bedroom. The British had surrounded GLCKSburg. A sergeant entered my room and announced that I was a prisoner. He unbuckled his belt with its pistol, laid it casually on my table, and left the room to give me an opportunity to pack my things. Soon afterward a truck brought me back to Flensburg. As we rode off I could see that many anti-tank guns were trained on GLCKSburg Castle. They still thought I might be capable of far more than I was. Shortly afterward the Rye war flag, which had been raised every day at the naval school, was taken down by the British. If anything proved that the Donitz government, try though it might, was not a new beginning, it was the persistence of this flag. As a matter of fact, at the beginning of our days in Flensburg, Donitz and I had agreed that the flag must remain. We could not pretend to represent anything new, I thought. Flensburg was only the last stage of the Third Reich, nothing more. Under normal circumstances a fall from the heights of power might be attended by grave inner crises, but to my astonishment the fall took place without any perceptible turmoil. I also adapted quickly to the conditions of imprisonment. I ascribed that to my 12 years of training in subordination, for in my own mind I had already been a prisoner under Hitler's regime. Relieved at last of the responsibility for daily decisions, I was overpowered during the early months by a craving for sleep such as I had never felt before. A slackening of the mind took place, although I tried not to let it show. In Flensburg all of us, the members of the Donitz government, met again in a room that resembled a waiting room. There we sat on benches along the walls, each of us surrounded by suitcases with his personal possessions. We must have looked much like emigrants waiting for their ship. A melancholy mood prevailed. One by one we were summoned to an adjoining room to be registered as prisoners. Depending on their dispositions, the new prisoners returned angry, insulted, or depressed. When my turn came, I too was affronted by the embarrassing physical examination to which I was subjected. Probably it was a consequence of Himmler's suicide. He had kept a poison pill concealed in his gum. Donitz, Jodl, and I were led into a small courtyard in which a dramatically large number of machine guns were directed toward us from the windows of the upper floor. Newspaper photographers and movie cameramen had their turn, while I tried to give the impression that this spectacle, which was intended only for the newsreels, did not concern me at all. Then we were squeezed into several trucks along with the others from the waiting room. Ahead of us and behind us, as I could see at curves in the road, we had an escort of 30 to 40 armoured vehicles, a rare honour for me, accustomed as I was to driving around in my car alone and without protection. At an airport we were loaded into two motored cargo planes. Sitting on suitcases and crates, we already very much looked our part of a captive. We were not informed of our destination. It took some getting used to the fact that we would never know where we were being moved to, after so many years in which we had taken it for granted that we were the ones who determined our destinations. On only 2 of these journeys was the end completely clear, the one to Nuremberg and the one to Spandau. We flew over coastal landscapes and then for a long time over the North Sea. Were we bound for London? The plane veered to the south. To judge by the look of the land and the cities, we were over France. A large city appeared. Rhymes some insisted, but it was Luxembourg. The plane landed. Outside, a cordon of American soldiers was drawn up in 2 rows. Each of them had his automatic rifle trained on the narrow lane which we would walk between them. I had seen such a reception only in gangster films when the criminals are finally led off to justice. In open trucks, seated on crude wooden benches and guarded by soldiers again with their guns at the ready, we were taken through several villages where the people in the streets whistled and shouted at us, epithets we could not make out. The first stage of my imprisonment had begun. We stopped at a large building, the Palace Hotel in Mondorf, and were led into the lobby. From outside, we had been able to see Göring and other former members of the leadership of the Third Reich pacing back and forth. The whole hierarchy was there: ministers, field marshals, Reichsleiters, state secretaries, and generals. It was a ghostly experience to find all those who at the end had scattered like chaff in the wind reassembled here. I kept to one side, eager to absorb as much as possible of the quiet of the place. Just once I spoke to Kesselring, asking him why he had continued to blow up bridges instead of sparing them after the command communications to Hitler had been broken. With his inflexible military mentality, he replied that bridges had to be destroyed as long as fighting was going on. As commander-in-chief, nothing concerned him but the safety of his soldiers. Soon quarrels over rank began. Göring was Hitler's proclaimed successor of earlier years. Dönitz, the chief of state whom Hitler had appointed at the last moment, but as Reich Marshal, Göring was also the highest-ranking military officer. There was a muffled battle between the new chief of state and the deposed successor over the question of who should take precedence in the Palace Hotel of Mondorf, which had been emptied of all persons but ourselves and our guards, and who in general was top dog of us all. No agreement could be reached. Soon the 2 principals avoided meeting at the door, while each took the presiding seat at 2 different tables in the dining room. Göring especially never forgot his station. When Dr. Brandt once casually referred to all he had lost, Göring interrupted snappishly, "Oh, come, don't you talk, you haven't any reason to complain. After all, what did you have but I, when I had so much?" Barely 2 weeks after we were taken to Mondorf, I was told that I was going to be transferred. From then on, the Americans treated me with just a shade of respect. Many of my fellow prisoners interpreted this transfer over-optimistically as a call to assist in the reconstruction of Germany, for they were not yet used to the idea that things really could be managed without us. I was delegated to bring regards to friends and relatives. A car waited outside the entrance to the Palace Hotel, not a truck this time, but a limousine, and my guard was not an MP with a submachine gun, but a lieutenant who saluted courteously. We drove westward past Reims toward Paris. In the center of the city, the lieutenant got out at an administration building and soon returned equipped with a map and fresh orders. We headed upstream along the Seine. In my confusion, I thought that we were making for the Bastille, quite forgetting that it had long ago been torn down. But the lieutenant became uneasy. He compared street names until I realized with relief that he had lost his way. Clumsily, in my school English, I offered to pilot us, but it was only with some hesitation that he told me our destination was the Trianon Palace Hotel in Versailles. I knew the way there well. It was where I had stayed in 1937 when I was designing the German pavilion for the Paris World's Fair. Luxury cars and honor guards at the doors indicated that this hotel was no prison camp, but had been taken over by the Allied staffs. It was actually Eisenhower's headquarters. The lieutenant vanished inside while I sat quietly watching the spectacle of high-ranking generals driving up. After a long wait, a sergeant conducted us down an avenue. We drove past several meadows straight toward a small palace whose gates opened for us. For several weeks I stayed at Chesney. I ended up in a small room on the third floor of the rear wing. Its appointments were Spartan, an army cot and a chair. The window was laced over with barbed wire. An armed guard was posted at the door. The next day I had the opportunity to admire our little palace from the front. Surrounded by ancient trees, it was situated in a small park beyond whose high wall the adjacent gardens of the Palace of Versailles could be glimpsed. Fine 18th century sculptures created an idyllic atmosphere. I was allowed a half-hour walk every day. An armed soldier followed me. We were forbidden to make contact with the other prisoners, but after a few days I learned a bit about them. They were almost exclusively leading technicians and scientists, agricultural and railroad specialists, among them former Minister Dorpelmüller. I recognized Professor Heinkel, the aircraft designer, as well as one of his assistants. I also caught glimpses of many other people with whom I had worked. A week after my arrival, my permanent guard was withdrawn, and I was allowed to walk about freely. With that, the monotonous period of solitude came to an end and my psychological state improved. New prisoners arrived, various members of my ministry, among them Frankensauer. We were also joined by technical officers of the American and British forces who wanted to expand their knowledge of German conditions. My assistants and I agreed that we ought to place our experience in the technology of armaments at their disposal. I could not contribute very much, so I had by far the better knowledge of details. I was extremely grateful to the Commandant, a British parachute major, when he rescued me from this dreary interim by inviting me to take a drive with him. We drove past small palace gardens and parks to Saint-Germain, the beautiful creation of Francis I, and from there along the Seine toward Paris. We passed the Cocardi, the famous restaurant in Bougival where I had spent pleasant evenings with Cortot, Flaming, Speer, and other French artists, and reached the Champs-Élysées. Here the Major proposed to stroll, but I said no in his interest. There was always the chance I might be recognized. Crossing the Place de la Concorde, we turned into the quays along the Seine. There fewer people were about. We ventured the walk and then returned by way of St. Cloud to our palatial prison camp. A few days later, a large bus drew up in the prison yard. A whole busload of tourists was quartered with us, among them Schacht and General Thomas, the former chief of the Armaments Office. Also among the bus passengers were prominent prisoners from German concentration camps who had been liberated by the Americans in South Tyrol, taken to Capri, and then transferred to our camp. Word went around that Pastor Niemöller was among them. We did not know him personally, but among the new arrivals was a frail old man, white-haired and wearing a black suit. The designer Flettner, Heinkel, and I agreed he must be Niemöller. We felt great sympathy for this man so visibly marked by many years of concentration camp. Flettner took it upon himself to go over to the broken man and express our sympathy. But he had no sooner addressed him than he was corrected. Thyssen, my name is Thyssen. Niemöller is standing over there. And there he stood, looking youthful and self-possessed, smoking a pipe, an extraordinary example of how the pressures of long imprisonment can be withstood. Later, I often thought about him. The bus drove into the palace courtyard again a few days later and whisked its former passengers off again. Only Thyssen and Schacht were left behind with us. When Eisenhower's headquarters was shifted to Frankfurt, a column of some 10 American military trucks appeared at our quarters. We prisoners were assigned our places in 2 open trucks with wooden benches. The other trucks took the furnishings. As we passed through Paris, at every traffic stop a crowd assembled shouting insults and threats. East of Paris we paused in a meadow for a midday rest. Guards and prisoners mingled, a peaceful scene. Our first day's destination was supposed to be Heidelberg. I was glad when we did not make it that night, for it would have pained me to be in prison in my hometown. The next day we reached Mannheim. The city seemed lifeless, the streets were deserted, the buildings shattered. A German private in torn uniform, his face roughly bearded, a cardboard cotton on his back, stood dully by the side of the road, the image of defeat. At Nauheim we turned off the Autobahn. Soon afterward we began climbing a steep road and ended up in Kranzberg Castle. In the winter of 1939, I had fitted out and rebuilt this large castle, 3 miles from Hitler's command center, as a headquarters for Göring. A 2-story wing had been added for Göring's large staff of servants, and we prisoners were now quartered in this annex. Here, in contrast to Versailles, there was no barbed wire. Even the windows on the top floor of our servants' wing provided a clear view of the landscape. The wrought iron gate which I had designed was not locked. We were allowed to move about freely in the whole area of the castle. 5 years before I had laid out an orchard above the castle, surrounded by a wall some 3 feet high. Here we could sprawl at ease, with a grand view of the Taunus woods, and far below us the village of Kranzberg with its gently smoking chimneys. Compared with our fellow countrymen who were going hungry in their freedom, we were inappropriately well off, for we received the same rations as American troops. But in the village, the prison camp had a bad reputation. Apparently the surrounding populace believed we were being beaten and starved. Rumor had it that Leni Riefenstahl was pining away in the dungeon of the tower. Actually, we had been brought to this castle to answer questions on the technical conduct of the war. It was the gathering point for all kinds of specialists, almost the entire leadership of my ministry, most of my department heads, most of the leading men in munitions, tank, automobile, ship, aircraft, and textile production, the important figures in chemistry, and such designers as Professor Porsche. But interrogators seldom found their way to us. The prisoners grumbled, for most of them rightly hoped that once they had been pumped dry of information they would be released again. Werner von Braun and his assistants joined us for a few days. He had received offers from the United States and England for himself and his staff, and we discussed these. The Russians, too, had contrived to use the kitchen staff at the heavily guarded Garmisch camp to smuggle an offer of a contract to him. For the rest, we banished boredom by early morning sports, a series of scientific lectures, and one chap recited poetry giving astonishingly emotional renderings. A weekly cabaret was also conjured up. We watched the performances, the scenes repeatedly dealt with our own situation, and sometimes tears of laughter ran down our faces at the tumble we had taken. One morning, shortly after 6 o'clock, one of my former assistants roused me from sleep. I've just heard on the radio that you and Chat are going to be tried at Nuremberg. I tried to keep my composure, but the news hit me hard. Much as I believed in principle that as one of the leaders of the regime I must take responsibility for its crimes, it was hard for me at first to adjust to the reality. I had felt some trepidation at seeing photographs of the interior of Nuremberg prison in the newspaper. Weeks ago I had read that some of the chief members of the government had been put there. But while my fellow defendant Schat soon had to exchange our pleasant prison camp for the jail at Nuremberg, weeks were to pass before I was taken there. Although this meant that I was facing charges of the gravest sort, one would never have known it from the behavior of the guards toward me. The Americans said cheerily, "You'll soon be acquitted and the whole thing forgotten." Sergeant Williams increased my rations so that, as he said, I would have my strength for the trial, and the British commandant invited me for a drive the day we met. We drove alone, without guards, through the Taunus woods, lay down for a while under a huge fruit tree, tramped about the woods, and he told me about hunting bears in Kashmir. It was beautiful September weather. Toward the end of the month an American jeep swung in through the gate, the squad that had come to get me. At first the British commandant refused to turn over his prisoner before he had received orders from Frankfurt. Sergeant Williams provided me with innumerable biscuits and asked repeatedly whether I needed anything from his stores. By the time I finally entered the jeep, almost the entire camp community had assembled in the castle yard. Everyone wished me well. I shall never forget the kindly and troubled expression in the eyes of the British colonel as he bade me goodbye. 34. Nuremberg. That evening I was delivered to the notorious interrogation camp of Obersel near Frankfurt, greeted with crude mocking jokes by the sergeant in charge, and fed a thin, watery soup with which I nibbled my British biscuits. I thought nostalgically of beautiful Kranzberg. That night I heard the rough shouts of the American guards, anxious replies and screams. In the morning a German general was led past me under guard, his face weary and desperate. Finally, we were moved on in a canvas-covered truck. I sat squeezed in tightly with others. Among them I recognized the mayor of Stuttgart, Dr. Sdr Lin, and Admiral Horthy, the regent of Hungary. We were not told our destination, but it was obvious, Nuremberg. We arrived there after dark. A gate was opened. I stood for some minutes in the corridor of a block of cells which I had seen in the newspaper a few weeks earlier. Before I knew it, I was locked into one of them. Opposite me, Goring peeped out the opening on in his cell door and shook his head. A straw pallet, tattered and filthy old blankets, impassive indifferent guards. Although all 4 floors of the building were occupied, an eerie silence prevailed, interrupted only by the occasional clang of a cell door when a prisoner was led off for interrogation. Goring, across the corridor from me, walked endlessly back and forth in his cell. At regular intervals I saw part of his massive body passing the peephole. Soon I too began pacing my cell, at first back and forth and then, the better to utilize the space, around and around. After about a week during which I was ignored and remained in uncertainty, there came a change, a modest one for an ordinary person, for me an enormous one. I was transferred to the sunny side of the prison on the 4th floor, where there were better rooms with better beds. Here the American warden, Colonel Andres, paid a first visit to me. Very pleased to see you. As camp commandant in Mundorf he had insisted on the utmost strictness, and I thought I could detect some mockery in his words. On the other hand, it was a pleasure to see the German staff again. The cooks, mess attendants, and barbers had been carefully picked from among prisoners of war. But because they too had known the meaning of imprisonment, they behaved helpfully toward us whenever there were no supervisory personnel about. They managed to whisper to us a good many bits of news from the papers, as well as good wishes and encouragement. If I opened the top pane of the high cell window, the patch of sunlight that entered was just big enough for me to sunbathe the upper part of my body. Lying on blankets on the floor, I changed my position as the sun moved until its last slanting ray was gone. There was no light, there were no books or even newspapers. I was wholly cast on myself and had to fend off my growing depression without external aids. Sokol was frequently led past my cell. Whenever he saw me, he made a face, gloomy but at the same time rather embarrassed. Finally my door too was unlocked. An American soldier awaited me, a note in hand on which were written my name and the room of the interrogating officer. We passed through courtyards and down staircases into the halls of the Nuremberg Palace of Justice. On the way I passed Funk, obviously coming from an interrogation. He looked extremely worn and downcast. At our last meeting we had both been free men in Berlin. "This is how we meet again," he called out in passing. From the impression he made upon me, tireless and in an unpressed suit, with sallow, unhealthy complexion, I could only deduce that I must be making a similar wretched impression. For I had not seen myself in a mirror for weeks, and that was how it was going to be for years. I also saw Cato standing in a room facing several American officers. He too looked shockingly run down. A young American officer awaited me. He pleasantly invited me to sit down and then began asking for explanations of various matters. Apparently Sokol had tried to make a better case for himself by branding me as solely responsible for the importation of foreign workers. The officer proved to be well disposed and of his own accord composed an affidavit which straightened out this matter. This somewhat eased my mind, for I had the feeling that since my departure from Mundorf a good deal had been said about me on the principle of incriminate the absent. Shortly afterward I was presented to the deputy prosecutor, Thomas Dodd. His questions were sharp and aggressive. We clashed frequently. I did not want to be cowed and answered candidly and without evasions, giving no thought to my future defence. I deliberately omitted many details which might have sounded like extenuations. Back in my cell, I had the feeling, now are you in the trap? And in fact these statements later constituted an essential part of the charge against me. At the same time, however, the interrogation gave me a certain feeling of buoyancy. I believed and still believe that I acted rightly in offering no excuses and not sparing my own person. Anxiously, but with the resolution to continue along the same path, I waited for the next interrogation, which had already been announced. I was not called again. Perhaps the prosecution had been impressed by my candor, I do not know the reason. All that followed were several politely formal question sessions with Soviet officers who were accompanied by a heavily rouged stenographer. Seeing these men badly shift the stereotyped image I still held at that time. After every reply the officers would nod and say, "Tak, tak," which sounded odd but merely meant, as I soon found out, so. Once the Soviet colonel asked me, "But surely you have read Hitler's Mein Kampf?" Actually, I had only leafed through it, partly because Hitler had told me the book was outmoded, partly because it was hard reading. When I said no, he roared with laughter. Somewhat insulted, I withdrew the reply and declared that I had read the book. After all, that was the only believable answer. But in the course of the trial this lie returned to haunt me. In cross-questioning the Soviet prosecution brought up this time I had contradicted myself. Then, under oath, I had to tell the truth and admit that at the interrogation I had spoken a falsehood. At the end of October all the defendants were assembled in the lower story. The whole wing of cells had been cleared of other prisoners. The silence was uncanny. 21 persons were awaiting their trial. Asterisk, the 22nd defendant, Bormann, was to be tried in absentia. Robert Ley had committed suicide before the trial began. Editor's note. Rudolf Hess, flown in from England, had also appeared, wearing a blue-grey coat, walking handcuffed between two American soldiers. Hess wore an absent-minded, but at the same time obstinate expression. For years I had been accustomed to seeing all these defendants in magnificent uniforms, either unapproachable or jovially expansive. The whole scene now seemed unreal. Sometimes I imagined I was dreaming. Nevertheless, we were already behaving like prisoners. Who, for example, in his days as a Rhine Marshal or Field Marshal, as a Grand Admiral, Minister, or Reichsleiter, would have thought that he would ever submit to intelligence testing by an American military psychologist? And yet this test was not only not resisted, everyone in fact strove to do the best he could on it and see his abilities confirmed. The surprise victor in this test, which embraced memory span, reaction speeds, and imagination, was Schacht. He came out on top because the test allowed additional points with increasing age. Seyss-Inquart, though no one would have foreseen it, achieved the highest actual point score. Though Waring, too, was among the top scorers, I received a good median rating. A few days after we had been separated from the other prisoners, a commission consisting of several officers entered the deathly stillness of our cell block. They went from cell to cell. I heard them speaking a few words that I could not understand, until finally my door opened and a printed copy of the indictment was unceremoniously handed to me. The preliminary investigation had been concluded, the actual trial was beginning. In my naivety I had imagined that each of us would receive an individual indictment. Now it turned out that we were one and all accused of the monstrous crimes that this document listed. After reading it I was overwhelmed by a sense of despair. But in that despair at what had happened and my role in it, I found the position I felt I should take in the trial, to regard my own fate as insignificant, not to struggle for my own life, but to assume the responsibility in a general sense. In spite of all the opposition of my lawyer and in spite of the strains of the trial, I held fast to this resolve. Under the impact of the indictment I wrote to my wife, "I must regard my life as concluded. Only then can I shape its finale in the way I consider necessary. I must stand here as a minister of the Rhine and not as a private individual. I have no right to consider all of you or myself. My sole wish is that I may be strong enough to stick to this position. Strange as it may sound, I am in good spirits when I have relinquished all hope and become uncertain and nervous as soon as I think I have a chance. Perhaps by my bearing I can once more help the German people. Perhaps I shall accomplish it. There are not many here who will." Asterisk letter to my wife, October 17, 1945. Also, on this subject, I wrote to my wife on December 15, 1945. "I am duty-bound to face this tribunal. In view of the fate of the German people, one may be too solicitous for one's own immediate family." In March 1946, I cannot put up a cheap defense here. I believe you will understand, for in the end you and the children would feel shame if I forgot that many millions of Germans fell for a false ideal. Letter to my parents, April 25, 1946. Don't solace yourselves with the idea that I am putting up a stiff fight for myself. One must bear one's responsibility here, not hope for favoring winds. At this time the prison psychologist, G.M. Gilbert, was going from cell to cell with a copy of the indictment, asking the defendants to write their comments on it. When I read the partially evasive, partially disdainful words of many of my fellow defendants, I wrote, to Gilbert's astonishment, "The trial is necessary. There is a shared responsibility for such horrible crimes even in an authoritarian state." I still regard it as my greatest feat of psychic courage to have held to this view throughout the 10 months of the trial. Along with the indictment, we were presented with a long list of German lawyers, from whose ranks each of us could choose his defender if we had no proposals of our own. Much as I strained my memory, I could not recall a single lawyer. The names on the list were completely unknown to me, so I asked the court to make a choice. A few days later I was taken to the ground floor of the Palace of Justice. At one of the tables a slight man with strong glasses and a low voice stood up. "I am supposed to be a lawyer, if you agree. My name is Dr. Hans Flchner from Berlin." He had friendly eyes and an unassuming manner. When we discussed various details of the indictment, he displayed a sensible and histrionic attitude. Finally, he handed me a form. "Take this with you and consider whether you want me for your defense attorney." I signed it there and then and did not regret it. In the course of the trial, Flchner proved to be a circumspect, tactful lawyer. But what mattered more to me, he felt a sympathy toward me out of which, during the 10 months of the trial, a real mutual affection developed that has lasted to this day. During the preliminary investigation, the prisoners were prevented from meeting. Now this regulation was relaxed, so that we crossed paths more often in the prison yard, where we could talk without surveillance. Trial, the indictment, the invalidity of the International Tribunal, profound indignation at the disgrace. Again and again as we walked our rounds of the yard I heard the same subjects and opinions. Among the 20 other defendants I found only one who shared my views. That was Fritz, with whom I could consider in detail the principle of responsibility. Later Seyss-Inquart also showed some understanding of this. With the others, all discussion was useless and wearing. We were speaking different languages. On other questions also we naturally enough held divergent opinions. In what light we were going to describe Hitler's rule for purposes of this trial was acutely important. Göring, though he had strong reservations about some practices of the regime, was all in favor of whitewashing Hitler. Our only hope, he held, was to use this trial to promote a positive legend. I felt that it was unethical to deceive the German people in this way. I also thought it dangerous because it would make the transition to the future more difficult for the whole nation. Only the truth could accelerate the process of cutting free from the past. I had a certain insight into Göring's real motives when he observed that the victors would undoubtedly kill him, but that within 50 years his remains would be laid in a marble sarcophagus and he would be celebrated by the German people as a national hero and martyr. Many of the prisoners had the same dream about themselves. On other subjects, Göring's arguments were less effective. There were no differences among us, he said. We were all sentenced to death from the start, and none of us had the chance. It was pointless to bother about a defense. I remarked, Göring wants to ride into Valhalla with a large retinue. In actuality, Göring later defended himself more stubbornly than the rest of us did. At Mondorf and Nuremberg, Göring had undergone a systematic withdrawal cure which had ended his drug addiction. Ever since, he was in better form than I had ever seen him. He displayed remarkable energy and became the most formidable personality among the defendants. I thought it a great pity that he had not been up to this level in the months before the outbreak of the war and in critical situations during the war. He would have been the only person whose authority and popularity Hitler would have had to reckon with. Actually, he had been one of the few sensible enough to foresee the doom that awaited us. But having thrown away his chance to save the country while that was still possible, it was absurd and truly criminal for him to use his regained powers to hoodwink his own people. His whole policy was one of deception. Once, in the prison yard, something was said about Jewish survivors in Hungary. Boering remarked coldly, "So, there are still some there. I thought we had knocked off all of them. Somebody slipped up again." I was stunned. My vow to accept responsibility for the entire regime could not be kept without some severe psychological crises. The only way of getting out of it was to escape trial by suicide. Once I tried using a towel to stop the circulation in my sick leg in order to produce phlebitis. Remembering from one of our lectures in Kranzberg that the nicotine from even a cigar, crumbled and dissolved in water, could be fatal, I kept a crushed cigar in my pocket for a long time. But from the intention to the deed is a very long way. The Sunday Divine Services became a great support for me. Even as recently as my stay in Kranzberg, I had refused to attend them. I did not want to seem soft. But in Nuremberg I threw aside such prideful feelings. The pressure of circumstances brought me, as, incidentally, it did almost all the defendants with the exception of Hess, Rosenberg, and Speer, into our small chapel. Our suits had been put in mothballs. The Americans had provided us, during our imprisonment, with cotton gabardine fatigues dyed black. Now clothing room clerks came to our cells. We were allowed to choose which of our clothes should be cleaned for the trial. Every detail was discussed with the commandant, down to the matter of sleeve buttons. After a last inspection by Colonel Andrus on November 19, 1945, we were led into the still empty courtroom, each of us escorted by a soldier, but without handcuffs. Seats were formally assigned. At the head were Goering, Hess, and Ribbentrop. I was placed third from last on the second bench, in agreeable company, Seyss-Inquart on my right, von Neurath on my left. Speer and Funk sat right in front of me. I was glad that the trial was beginning, and almost all of the defendants expressed the same view. If only it were all over at last. The trial began with the grand, devastating opening address by the chief American prosecutor, Justice Robert H. Jackson. But I took comfort from one sentence in it which accused the defendants of guilt for the regime's crimes, but not the German people. This thesis corresponded precisely with what I had hoped would be a subsidiary result of the trial, that the hatred directed against the German people, which had been fanned by the propaganda of the war years and had reached an extreme after the revelation of those crimes, would now be focused upon us, the defendants. My theory was that the top leadership in a modern war could be expected to face the consequences at the end precisely because they had previously not been exposed to any danger. Asterisk letter to my wife, December 15, 1945. If I had not had my assignment, I would have been a soldier. And what then? 5 years of war are a long time, and I would almost certainly have had more to endure and would perhaps have suffered a worse fate. I am glad to accept my situation if by so doing I can still do something for the German people. Letter of August 7, 1946. In such situations one should not think only of one's own life. Every soldier on the battlefield is faced with danger of death and has no choice in the matter. In a letter to my defense attorney, who was trying to define the line we would follow, I declared that viewed within the total framework, everything that we would be discussing as points in my favor appeared to me unimportant and ludicrous. For many months the documents and testimonies accumulated. These aimed to prove that the crimes had been committed, without regard to whether any one of the defendants had been personally connected with them. It was horrible, and could only be borne because our nerves became more blunted from session to session. To this day photographs, documents, and orders keep coming back to me. They were so monstrous that they seemed unbelievable, and yet none of the defendants doubted their genuineness. Along with this, the daily routine continued. From morning to 12 noon the trial sessions, recess for eating in the upper rooms of the Palace of Justice, from 2 until 5 o'clock second session, then returned to my cell where I changed clothes quickly, gave my suit out for pressing, had supper, and then usually was taken to the conference room for the defense where I discussed the course of the trial with my lawyer until nearly 10 o'clock and made notes for the coming defense. Finally, I returned exhausted to my cell late in the evening and immediately fell asleep. On Saturdays and Sundays the court did not hold sessions, but we worked all the longer with our lawyers. Generally there remained little more than half an hour daily for a walk in the prison yard. In spite of our common situation, no sense of solidarity arose among us, the defendants. We split up into groups. A significant instance was the establishment of a general's guard in a small section, no larger than 20 by 20 feet, separated from the rest of the prison garden by low hedges. Here our military men trudged steadily around in self-elected isolation, although the small walking area must have been very uncomfortable. We who were civilians respected this division. For the noon meals, the prison command had put a number of separate rooms at our disposal. My table mates were Fritsch, Funk, and Scratch. The prison psychologist, G. M. Gilbert, has revealed in his Nuremberg Diary, New York, Farrar, Straus Young, Inc., 1947, p. 158, that the different groups were established deliberately by the prison command to prevent Göring from terrorizing the defendants. The translator's note. In the meantime, we had regained some hope that we would come out of the trial with our lives, since the general indictment had been followed by a detailed indictment for each defendant. Clear distinctions were made in these. Consequently, Fritsch and I at this point were counting on milder judgments, for the charges against us were comparatively less harsh. In the courtroom, however, we encountered only hostile faces, icy dogmas. The only exception was the interpreter's booth. From there I might expect a friendly nod. Among the British and American prosecutors there were also some who occasionally manifested a trace of sympathy. I was taken aback when the journalists began laying bets on the extent of our penalties, and their list of those slated for hanging sometimes included us too. After a pause of several days devoted to the final preparations of the defense, the counterattack began. A few of us expected a great deal of it. Before Göring mounted the witness stand, he had promised Funk, Sokol, and others to take their responsibility upon himself and thus exonerate them. In his early statements, which had a considerable ring of courage, he kept this promise. But the closer he approached the details, the more disappointed grew the faces of those who were counting on him, for he then pared down his own responsibility point by point. In his duel with Göring, Prosecutor Jackson had the advantage of surprise. There were always fresh documents he could pull out of his swollen briefcase. But Göring could take advantage of his adversary's basic ignorance of the material. In the end, Göring merely fought for his life, using evasions, obfuscations, and denials. Ribbentrop and Keitel, the next two defendants, behaved in the same way. They too repudiated any responsibility whenever confronted with a document that bore their signatures. They justified it on grounds of an order from Hitler. Disgusted, I blurted out the remark about the letter carriers on high salaries, which afterward was printed in newspapers throughout the world. When I consider the matter today, they were basically telling the truth. They were actually not much more than transmitters of Hitler's orders. Rosenberg, on the other hand, made an impression of honesty and consistency. All the efforts of his lawyer both before and behind the scenes to persuade him to recant his so-called ideology came to nothing. Hans Frank, Hitler's lawyer and later Governor-General of Poland, also shouldered his responsibility. Funk reasoned skillfully and in a way that stirred my pity. Schurt's attorney drew on all his rhetorical resources to make his client out a rebel conspirator. His efforts ended only in his weakening rather than strengthening the actual exonerating evidence in Schurt's favor. Dönitz, for his part, fought obstinately for himself and his submarines. It gave him great satisfaction when his lawyer was able to present an affidavit from Admiral Nimitz, commander of the American Pacific Fleet, stating that he had conducted his own submarine warfare on the basis of the same principles as the German naval leadership. Reeder gave the impression of objectivity. Sokol's simple-mindedness seemed rather pathetic. Jody's precise and sober defense was rather imposing. He seemed to be one of the few men who stood above the situation. The order of testimony followed the seating order. My nervousness increased, for now Sayce in court, my neighbour, was already in the witness chair. A lawyer himself, he had no illusions about his situation. He had been a direct participant in deportations and the shooting of hostages. He seemed controlled and concluded his testimony with a statement that he must take responsibility for what had happened. By a lucky chance, a few days after the testimony which sealed his death sentence, he received the first good news about his son, who up to this time had been missing in Russia. When I went to the witness stand, I had stage fright. I hastily swallowed a tranquilizing pill the German doctor had prudently handed to me. Opposite me, about 10 paces away, FLCH nurse stood at the defense attorney's desk. On my left, at a higher level, sat the judges. FLCH nur opened his thick manuscript. Questions and answers began. At the outset I stated, if Hitler had had any friends, I would certainly have been one of his close friends, by which I was trying to explain something that up to this point not even the prosecution had asserted. A vast number of details referring to the documents presented were discussed. I corrected misunderstandings but tried not to sound apologetic or evasive. Asterisk in court I clearly acknowledged my share of the responsibility for the forced labor program. I was grateful to Sokol for every worker he provided me with. Often when we failed to meet armaments quotas because of a shortage of workers, I would put the blame on Sokol. Of course, I knew that foreign laborers were working in the armaments plants. I assented to this. I have made it clear enough that I approved of Sokol's labor policy of bringing forced labor from the occupied areas to Germany. The laborers were for the most part brought to Germany against their will, and I raised no protests against this policy. On the contrary, at the beginning, until the autumn of 1942, I tried to have as many workers as possible brought to Germany. In a few sentences, I assumed responsibility for all the orders from Hitler which I had carried out. I took the position that in every government, orders must remain orders for the subordinate organs of the government, but that the leadership on all levels must examine and weigh the orders it receives and is consequently co-responsible for them, even if the orders have been carried out under duress. What mattered more to me was to assert my collective responsibility for all the measures of Hitler, not excluding the crimes which were undertaken or committed in the period from 1942 on wherever and by whomever. In political life there is a responsibility for a man's own sector, I said to the court. For that he is of course fully responsible. But beyond that there is a collective responsibility when he has been one of the leaders. Who else is to be held responsible for the course of events, if not the closest associates around the chief of state? But this collective responsibility can only apply to fundamental matters and not to details. Even in an authoritarian system, this collective responsibility of the leaders must exist. There can be no attempting to withdraw from the collective responsibility after the catastrophe. For if the war had been won, the leadership would probably have raised the claim that it was collectively responsible. I have this obligation all the more since the chief of government has withdrawn from his responsibility to the German people and to the world too. To say in court, I expressed these ideas in more vivid fashion. How would it be if the scene suddenly changed, and we all acted as if the war had been won? Can't you just see how each of us would rush to put his merits and his achievements in the forefront? Now the thing has been switched. Instead of decorations, honors, and gifts, death sentences are being dispersed. During the past several weeks, FLCH now had tried in vain to reason me out of accepting responsibility for things that had happened outside my ministry. To do so, he said, could have fatal consequences. But after my admission I felt my spirits lightened. I was glad I had not tried to dodge the issue. Having made this matter clear, I believed I could now launch into the second part of my testimony, which dealt with the last phase of the war. I believed it important to present these data chiefly for their effect on the German people. If they learned of Hitler's intentions to destroy the very basis of life for the German people after the loss of the war, it would help the nation turn its back on the past. Asterisk letter to my wife, June 1946. What matters most to me is that I managed to tell the truth about the end. That is what the German people must be told. Letter, mid-August. The best way I can help my people is to speak the truth about the whole madness. There are no benefits for me in this course, nor do I want any benefits. Here was strong evidence to counter the creation of a Hitler legend. But when I said these things, I encountered stiff disapproval from Göring and other defendants. 3. In court I intended merely to mention my plan to assassinate Hitler, chiefly in order to show how dangerous Hitler's destructive intentions had seemed to me. I prefer not to go into the details, I said. The judges put their heads together. The presiding judge then turned to me. The court would like to hear the details. We will hold our recess now. I did not want to make any further statements on the matter, for fear of seeming to boast about it. I sketched the story with considerable reluctance and agreed with my defense attorney that he was not to use this part of my testimony in his final plea, for, back in the safe track of our interrogation manuscript, the concluding part of my testimony ran rapidly through the last period of the war without interruption. In order to diminish any impression of special merits, I deliberately qualified my remarks. All these measures were not even so dangerous. From January 1945 on, it was possible inside Germany to carry out any reasonable measure contrary to the official policy. Every sensible person welcomed such measures. Everyone involved knew what our counter-orders meant. Even long-standing party members came to the nation's aid in that period. Jointly, we were able to do a great deal to undercut Hitler's insane orders. FLCH now closed his manuscript with visible relief and went to his seat among the other lawyers. Justice Jackson, the chief U.S. prosecutor, took his place. For me that was no surprise, for the previous evening an American officer had come rushing to my cell to tell me that Jackson had decided to cross-examine me himself. In contrast to his usual manner, Jackson began quietly, in an almost benevolent voice. After he had again ascertained by documents and questions that I admitted co-responsibility for the employment of millions of forced laborers, he discussed the second part of my testimony in a favorable light. I had, he said, been the only man who had had the courage to tell Hitler to his face that the war was lost. I interposed, saying that Guderian, Jodl, and many of the commanders of army groups had also defied Hitler. When he asked the further question, "Then there were more plots than you have told us," I replied rather evasively, "In that period it was remarkably easy to concoct a plot. You could accost almost anyone on the street. If you told him what the situation was, he would answer, 'It is sheer madness,' and if he had the courage, he would offer his aid. It was not so dangerous as it looks from here, for there were perhaps a few dozen irrational people. The other 80 million were extremely rational as soon as they realized what was involved." 5. After a further cross-examination by General Rajinsky, the representative of the Soviet prosecution, an examination full of misunderstandings because of errors by the interpreters, FLCH now once more stepped forward. He handed the court a sheaf of written statements by my 12 witnesses. With that, the presentation of my case was over. For hours I had been gripped by severe stomach pains. Back in my cell, I threw myself on my cot, overwhelmed equally by physical pain and mental exhaustion. 35. Conclusions. For the last time the prosecutors took the floor. Their summations concluded the trial. For us only our final speeches remained. Since these were to be broadcast in full over the radio, they had a special significance. They were our last chance to address our own people, but also our last chance, by admitting our guilt, by facing squarely the crimes of the past, to show the nation that we had led astray a way out of its quandary. 1. The 9 months of trial had left their marks on us. Even Goering, who had entered the trial with an aggressive determination to justify himself, spoke in his final speech of the terrible crimes that had been brought to light, condemned the ghastly mass murders, and declared that he could not comprehend them. Cato stated that he would rather choose death than be entangled again in such horrors. Frank spoke of the guilt that Hitler and the German people had laden upon themselves. He warned the incorrigibles against the way of political folly which must lead to destruction and death. His speech sounded overwrought, but it expressed the essence of my own view also. Even Speer, in his final speech, condemned Hitler's mass killings of Jews. Funk spoke of frightful crimes that filled him with profound shame. Jat declared that he stood shaken to the depths of his soul by the unspeakable misery which he had tried to prevent. Sokol was shocked in his inmost soul by the crimes that had been revealed in the course of the trial. Papin declared that the power of evil had proved stronger than that of good. Seyss-Inquart spoke of fearful excesses. To Fritsch, the murder of 5 million people was a gruesome warning for the future. On the other hand, they all denied their own share in these events. In a sense, my hopes had been realized. The judicial guilt had been concentrated to a large extent upon us, the defendants. But during that accursed era, a factor, in addition to human depravity, had entered history, a factor that distinguished our tyranny from all historical precedents, and a factor that would inevitably increase in importance in the future. As the top representative of a technocracy which had without compunction used all its know-how in an assault on humanity ***, the readiness of technicians to carry out any order is, of course, not limited to our country. A year later, Harry L. Stimson, U.S. Secretary of State from 1929-33, Secretary of War from 1911-13 and 1940-45 wrote an article, The Annenberg Trial, Landmark in Law, Foreign Affairs 1947, in which he said, "We must never forget that under modern conditions of life, science, and technology, all war has become greatly brutalized, and that no one who joins in it, even in self-defense, can escape becoming also in a measure brutalized. Modern war cannot be limited in its destructive method and the inevitable debasement of all participants. The fair scrutiny of the last two world wars makes clear the steady intensification in the inhumanity of the weapons and methods employed by both the aggressors and the victors. In order to defeat Japanese aggression, we were forced, as Admiral Nimitz has stated, to employ a technique of unrestricted submarine warfare, not unlike that which 25 years ago was the proximate cause of our entry into World War I. In the use of strategic air power, the Allies took the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians in Germany and in Japan. We as well as our enemies have contributed to the proof that the central moral problem is war and not its methods, and that a continuance of war will in all probability end with the destruction of our civilization. I tried not only to confess but also to understand what had happened. In my final speech I said, Hitler's dictatorship was the first dictatorship of an industrial state in this age of modern technology, a dictatorship which employed to perfection the instruments of technology to dominate its own people. By means of such instruments of technology as the radio and public address systems, 80 million persons could be made subject to the will of one individual. Telephone, teletype, and radio made it possible to transmit the commands of the highest levels directly to the lowest organs where, because of their high authority, they were executed uncritically. Thus many officers and squads received their evil commands in this direct manner. The instruments of technology made it possible to maintain a close watch over all citizens and to keep criminal operations shrouded in a high degree of secrecy. To the outside of this state apparatus may look like the seemingly wild tangle of cables in a telephone exchange, but like such an exchange it could be directed by a single will. Dictatorships of the past needed assistance of high quality in the lower ranks of the leadership, also men who could think and act independently. The authoritarian system in the age of technology can do without such men. The means of communication alone enable it to mechanize the work of the lower leadership. Thus the type of uncritical receiver of orders is created. The criminal events of those years were not only an outgrowth of Hitler's personality. The extent of the crimes was also due to the fact that Hitler was the first to be able to employ the implements of technology to multiply crime. I thought of the consequences that unrestricted rule together with the power of technology making use of it but also driven by it might have in the future. This war, I continued, had ended with remote-controlled rockets, aircraft flying at the speed of sound, atom bombs, and a prospect of chemical warfare. In 5 to 10 years it would be possible for an atomic rocket, perhaps serviced by 10 men, to annihilate 1 million human beings in the center of New York within seconds. It would be possible to spread plagues and destroy harvests. The more technological the world becomes, the greater is the danger. As the former minister in charge of a highly developed armaments economy, it is my last duty to state, a new great war will end with the destruction of human culture and civilization. There is nothing to stop unleashed technology and science from completing its work of destroying man, which it has so terribly begun in this war, too. The nightmare shared by many people, I said, that someday the nations of the world may be dominated by technology. That nightmare was very nearly made a reality under Hitler's authoritarian system. Every country in the world today faces the danger of being terrorized by technology, but in a modern dictatorship this seems to me to be unavoidable. Therefore, the more technological the world becomes, the more essential will be the demand for individual freedom and the self-awareness of the individual human being as a counterpoise to technology. Consequently, this trial must contribute to laying down the ground rules for life in human society. What does my own fate signify, after all that has happened and in comparison with so important a goal? After the course the trial had run, my situation was, as I saw it, desperate. My last sentence was by no means intended as a theoretical profession of faith. I considered my life at its close. 3. The court recessed for an indefinite period to consider the verdicts. We waited 4 long weeks. During this time of almost unbearable suspense, exhausted by the preceding 8 months of mental torment, I read Dickens' novel of the French Revolution, A Tale of Two Cities. He describes how the prisoners in the Bastille looked forward with tranquility and often with cheerful serenity toward their fate. But I was incapable of such inner freedom. The Soviet prosecution had urged a death sentence for me. On September 30, 1946, in freshly pressed suits, we took our seats in the dock for the last time. The court wanted to spare us the movie cameras and photographers at this juncture. The spotlights which earlier had illuminated the large courtroom to allow the recording of each of our emotions were extinguished. The room assumed an unusually gloomy aspect as the judges entered and defendants, lawyers, prosecutors, spectators, and press representatives rose in their honor for the last time. As on every day of the trial, the presiding judge, Lord Lawrence, bowed to all sides, to us, the defendants, as well. Then he sat down. The judges took turns. For several hours they monotonously read out the most dreadful chapter in German history. Still, the condemnation of the leadership seemed to me to exonerate the German people from judicial guilt. For if Bolger von Skirach, for many years leader of the German youth and one of Hitler's closest associates, and if H. Schalmerstadt, Hitler's Minister of Economics at the beginning of the rearmament, were acquitted of having prepared and carried out aggressive warfare, then how could any ordinary soldier, let alone women and children, be burdened with the guilt? If Grand Admiral Raeder and Hitler's deputy, Rudolf Hess, were acquitted of having participated in the crimes against humanity, how could a German engineer or worker be held answerable? I also hoped that the trial would exert a direct influence upon the occupation policies of the victorious powers. They, for their part, could not very well mete out to our people the treatment they themselves had just defined as criminal. In this I had mainly in mind the main charge against me, forced labour. 4. There followed the justification of the verdict for each individual case, but as yet without announcement of the verdict itself. 5. My own activities were described in a cool and unbiased fashion, in total accord with what I myself had already declared during my interrogation. My responsibility for the deportation of foreign workers was stated, then, that I had opposed Himmler's plans solely on the tactical grounds of their effect on production, but had used his concentration camp inmates without protest and had requisitioned Soviet prisoners of war for work in the armament industry. It added to my culpability that I had raised no humane and ethical considerations in these cases, thus helping to forge the policy of raising foreign laborers by force. None of the defendants, including those who could certainly count on the death sentence, lost his composure as the judges read out these charges. In silence, without any outward sign of emotion, they listened. It still remains incredible to me that I was able to stick it out through the trial without breaking down, and that I was able to listen to the reading of the judgment with anxiety, but still with a measure of strength and self-control. FLCH was over-optimistic. The judgment means ULL received perhaps 4 or 5 years. The next day we, the defendants, saw each other for the last time before the announcement of the individual sentences. We met in the basement of the Palace of Justice. One after the other we entered a small elevator and did not return. In the courtroom above the sentence was announced. Finally it was my turn. Accompanied by an American soldier, I rode up in the elevator. A door opened, and I stood alone on a small platform in the courtroom, facing the judges. Earphones were handed to me. In my ears the words reverberated. Albert Speer, to 20 years imprisonment. A few days later I accepted the sentence. I waived the right to an appeal to the 4 powers. Any penalty weighed little compared to the misery we had brought upon the world. For there are things, I noted in my diary a few weeks later, for which one is guilty even if one might offer excuses simply because the scale of the crimes is so overwhelming that by comparison any human excuse pales to insignificance. Today, a quarter of a century after these events, It is not only specific faults that burden my conscience, great as these may have been. My moral failure is not a matter of this item and that. It resides in my active association with the whole course of events. I had participated in a war which, as we of the intimate circle should never have doubted, was aimed at world dominion. What is more, by my abilities and my energies I had prolonged that war by many months. I had assented to having the globe of the world crown that domed hall which was to be the symbol of New Berlin. Nor was it only symbolically that Hitler dreamed of possessing the globe. It was part of his dream to subjugate the other nations. France, I had heard him say many times, was to be reduced to the status of a small nation. Belgium, Holland, even Burgundy were to be incorporated into his Reich. The national life of the Poles and the Soviet Russians was to be extinguished. They were to be made into Helot peoples. Nor, for one who wanted to listen, had Hitler ever concealed his intention to exterminate the Jewish people. In his speech of January 30, 19,396, he openly stated as much. Although I never actually agreed with Hitler on these questions, I had nevertheless designed the buildings and produced the weapons which served his ends. During the next 20 years of my life I was guarded, in Spandau prison, by nationals of the four powers against whom I had organized Hitler's war. Along with my 6 fellow prisoners, they were the only people I had close contact with. Through them I learned directly what the effects of my work had been. Many of them mourned loved ones who had died in the war. In particular, every one of the Soviet guards had lost some close relative, brothers or father. Yet not one of them bore a grudge toward me from my personal share in the tragedy. Never did I hear words of recrimination. At the lowest ebb of my existence, in contact with these ordinary people, I encountered uncorrupted feelings of sympathy, helpfulness, human understanding, feelings that bypassed the prison rules. On the day before my appointment as Minister of Armaments and War Production, I had encountered peasants in the Ukraine who had saved me from frostbite. At the time I had been merely touched, without understanding. Now, after all was over, I once again was treated to examples of human kindness that transcended all enmity. And now, at last, I wanted to understand. This book, too, is an attempt at such understanding. The catastrophe of this war, I wrote in my cell in 1947, has proved the sensitivity of the system of modern civilization evolved in the course of centuries. Now we know that we do not live in an earthquake-proof structure. The build-up of negative impulses, each reinforcing the other, can inexorably shake to pieces the complicated apparatus of the modern world. There is no halting this process by will alone. The danger is that the automatism of progress will depersonalize man further and withdraw more and more of his self-responsibility. Dazzled by the possibilities of technology, I devoted crucial years of my life to serving it. But in the end, my feelings about it are highly skeptical. Afterward, in writing this book, my intention has been not only to describe the past, but to issue warnings for the future. During the first months of my imprisonment, while I was still in Nuremberg, I wrote a great deal out of the need to relieve some of the burden that pressed so heavily upon me. That was also the motivation for further studies and notes undertaken during 1946 and 1947. Finally, in March 1953, I decided to set down my memoirs in coherent form. Was it a disadvantage or an advantage that they were written under conditions of depressing solitude? At the time I was often startled by the ruthlessness with which I judged others and myself. On December 26, 1954, I finished the first draft. When I was released from Spandau prison on October 1, 1966, consequently, I found more than 2,000 pages of my own writing at my disposal. Then, with the aid of the documents of my ministry preserved in the Federal Archives in Koblenz, I reworked this material into the present autobiography. I am indebted to the editors who discussed many problems with me over 2 years, Wolf Jobs Siedler, head of the Ulstein and Purple N publishing houses, and Joachim C. Fest, member of the advisory board of these publishers. Their keen questions helped me frame many of the general observations in this book, as well as my treatment of the psychological and atmospheric aspects of events. My fundamental view of Hitler, his system, and my own part in it, as I had set it down 14 years earlier in the first version of my memoirs, was confirmed and reinforced by our conversations. I am also indebted to Dr. Alfred Wagner, an escort Paris, to archivist Dr. Thomas Trump and Frau Hedwig Singer of the Federal Archives, Koblenz, and to David Irving for permitting me to use several previously unpublished diary entries of Jodl and Goebbels.